never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Cue. So away we go. Ready or not, it's that time again. Midnight hour has come and gone in the Eastern time zone, so we're rolling into a Friday. All right, at least it's not Friday the 13th. I mean, we got a full moon. You know what happens? Get that full moon, the freaks come out. And, of course, here in short order, here in a few hours, we'll be getting the longest partial lunar eclipse in nearly 600 years. It will grace the night sky as we head into Friday morning across the entire country. Well, that would be weather permitting. For our friends along the eastern seaboard, probably not going to be seeing much because you've got a lot of cloud cover. Yeah, we had some off and on intermittent clouds in the last few hours. Looks like things are really beginning to clear out. Now, some areas, northern Indiana, parts of eastern Ohio, you get some of the lake effect snows. So indeed, you'll have some clouds maybe be an issue for some of those areas as well. But according to NASA, this eclipse this morning will last about 3 hours and 28 minutes. So the longest partial eclipse of the century, and actually the longest in 580 years. So for our East Coast observers, again, most of which probably won't be able to see much, the eclipse begins a little after 2 a.m. this morning, reaching maximum 4 o'clock in the morning. West Coast, for our listeners there, where it's still Thursday evening, it will actually begin at 11 o'clock. Thursday evening there, reaching maximum at 1 a.m. Friday morning. Again, that's on the West Coast. Now, unlike a solar eclipse, you can't look at the sun, right? You got to have the special glasses to see it. This is you're going to need probably a coat to keep warm because it's a chilly November night, especially for the eastern half of the country. But partial lunar eclipses, maybe not quite as spectacular as a total lunar eclipse, where the moon's completely covered in the Earth's shadow, but they do occur more frequently. Of course, your lunar eclipse, when the sun, the Earth, and a full moon form a near-perfect lineup in space. And the American Astronomical Society said the moon gradually glides into the shadow of the Earth until most of the disk turns from its silvery gray to kind of an eerie, dim orange or reddish color. So there you go. That'll be unfolding here in just a few short hours. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, we've got rain along the eastern seaboard. Most of the precipit's going to be gradually pushing off coast, off the shore, over the Atlantic through the overnight hours. But tonight we can start all the way down in south central Virginia, eastern Virginia. It's raining in Richmond, but should be winding down from west to east over the next few hours. Looks like the rains have now pushed east of Washington, D.C. Still raining in Philadelphia. Raining in New York City on up into Hartford, Connecticut. Concord, New Hampshire, and on up into Maine. Get up into, all the way up into, Quebec. A lot of rain tonight. Well, at least it's not snow. Some of the higher elevations there in New England, though, are beginning to see a changeover to a bit of snow. As I mentioned, lake effect snows are falling. Your typical lake effect areas right now, looking at some snowfall up toward the Buffalo area, western New York. Some spotty lake effect snow showers east of Cleveland on up toward Erie, PA. I'm not really seeing any heavy bands setting up at this point in time, but that could change. Then on over to northern portions of Indiana. You'll see some, well north of Indianapolis, but you got some of those spotty snow showers falling in that region tonight. Aside from that, most of the central regions of the country, the Tennessee Valley, Mississippi Valley, all the way back into, you've got to get all the way out to close to Salt Lake City. And the Pacific Northwest is seeing some additional precipitation tonight. Now, it's cold out there. We've got freeze warnings all the way down into the heart of Texas tonight. Even into central Texas. Including the Dallas-Fort Worth area, northwestern portions of Louisiana, much of Oklahoma. Freeze warnings in place there tonight. But everybody's gearing up as we head into the weekend, gearing up for their Thanksgiving travels, right? We've been talking through much of the week about the potential for a pretty nasty storm that will really be throwing some disruptions into our travel plans. Starting over the weekend, and especially timing-wise, it really couldn't be worse. Monday through Wednesday of next week, forecasters continuing to track the potential that will impact millions of Americans hitting the roads and heading to the skies early to beat the Thanksgiving travel rush next weekend, or actually next Wednesday, I should say. Wednesday's the big travel day, but a lot of people try to, again, get an early start. Now, this is going to bring with it some heavy snow, some drenching rains on the pre-Thanksgiving menu. There you go. This major weather maker threatening to throw a wrench into the travel plans as an upper-level disturbance that's way out over southern Alaska right now. Forecasters expect that potent piece of energy is going to dive down over American airspace as it moves to the east and ultimately develops into a winter storm over the Midwest this weekend. Now, further east, along the I-95 corridor from D.C. to New York City, you'll probably be spared the worst of the upcoming stormy pattern, but rain may cause some travel slowdowns Monday, and lingering wind may disrupt still some air travel. Boston and areas further north, you're probably not going to be so lucky. This storm may evolve to the point that it's capable of unleashing some drenching rain and maybe even some snowflakes. Areas across the interior from upstate New York to northern New England can face a dose of disruptive winter weather. Winds are going to be a concern here, big time for the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Overall, the gusty winds are going to cause the most widespread travel issues, especially for those flying. But as the storm arrives across the Midwest and rapidly strengthens, those strong winds will develop from the Dakotas to Minnesota on Sunday, then spreading southeastward across the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley Sunday night into Monday. We're going to be talking frequent winds, 35 to 50 miles per hour likely, impacting Minneapolis to Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, and even here in the Cincinnati area with locally higher gust possible out in the open areas. And you get into some of the downtown areas in between buildings and over some of the high bridges in the region. Winds could gust to 70 miles per hour along some of the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes, as well as the mountains of West Virginia on Monday. So in these areas, winds not only disrupting travel, but could become actually locally damaging. The gust and associated turbulence could be significant enough to cause some flight delays. We could possibly be probably going to be looking at some cancellations at some of our major and secondary airport hubs. Wednesday, the storm could linger. Some of those winds lingering into Wednesday next week. That's the day AAA is projecting some 4.2 million Americans are slated to be traveling by air that day. Cold air is going to rush in behind the system across the Great Lakes, which will again trigger lake effect snows to develop for the UP of Michigan into portions of lower Michigan, northwestern Indiana, Sunday night to Monday night. A general 2 to 4 inches will fall in those areas. Areas of slush will develop on the roads. Some of those places where the bands managed to persist for a number of hours could see a foot of snow piling up, which could lead to some very serious travel disruptions. And again, those gusty winds accompanying rain and brief episodes of poor visibility and slick conditions on the highways along the mid-Atlantic on Monday. Now, if the weather setup were to just allow a single storm to form and cycle through, that'd be the end of the travel impacts leading up to Thanksgiving in the Midwest and the Northeast. However, the pattern will literally get a second wind as another storm forms and strengthens near the coastal areas of the Mid-Atlantic and New England from Tuesday into Wednesday. A heavy wind-driven rain will be in store for eastern New England, particularly over Maine Monday night and Tuesday. Meanwhile, some of the coldest air of the season will quickly arrive in the east Monday into Tuesday. That's going to lead to some winter mischief in some areas, including some snow for communities outside the reach of the lake effect snowfall. Now, adding the fact that the combination of the wind and other conditions will make it feel colder than the actual temperature, wind chill factor, as they call it. It's going to feel like you're into the 20s in many areas of the Midwest and the Northeast. In some locations, so people that are going to be traveling especially need to be prepared for bitter cold. Actual temperatures are forecast to dip to 22 degrees in Chicago Tuesday morning, 32 for New York City Wednesday morning. Both of those would be the lowest temperatures we've seen so far this season. And along with the colder air, you've got the possibility for several inches of snow to fall over the higher elevations, primarily the West Virginia mountains, south central Pennsylvania, northeastern New York State, obviously Vermont, New Hampshire, Tuesday into early Wednesday. The lake effect snow will likely become kind of intertwined with the snow from that secondary coastal storm in parts of western PA, western New York, and northeastern Ohio. Anywhere from a few inches to as much as a foot of snow may pile up some of those isolated areas Tuesday into Wednesday. So Yeah, a more far-reaching factor from that secondary storm, just as the storm from the Midwest will have gusty winds, gusts from the west and northwest will average 35 to 50 miles per hour. We could see gusts peaking up close to 70 miles per hour, again with that secondary storm. So just like the Midwest, the gusty crosswinds and the turbulence may once again lead to airline delays and possibly some flight cancellations during that big-time travel rush ahead of Thanksgiving. Impacts from the wind will spread from Atlanta to Charlotte, North Carolina, right on up into Washington, D.C., Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia on Tuesday, New York City and Boston Tuesday night into Wednesday. Obviously, secondary hubs can also be adversely affected by those gusty winds. It just kind of sounds like many are going to have to, as I mentioned last evening, pack your patience, especially if you're going to be traveling by air, high-profile vehicles for those that are out there still moving some freight in the lead up to Thanksgiving. Going to be some white-knuckle driving possibly in some areas. Meanwhile, earlier this week, coming out of the past weekend, and we had the historic rainfall. Epic amounts of rain, devastating widespread flooding across portions of the Northwest U.S. and British Columbia in particular there in Canada. I mean, this storm displaced thousands of residents on both sides of the border, and we know at least one dead. A state of emergency has been declared as a result of the unprecedented flooding. This several days, the rains have ended, but still many areas are still underwater. Canadian officials have described the flooding as a once-in-500-year event, or a 500-year flood. A 500-year flood is defined as a flood that has a 1 in 500% chance of occurring in any given year. Now, the most prolific rain totals were centered along the border right there between the U.S. and Canada, impacting northern Washington state and southern British Columbia. Some areas picked up nearly a foot of rainfall, double-digit totals. Much of far southern British Columbia picked up widespread rainfall totals 6 to 8 inches throughout this prolific event. Even Vancouver, Canada's third largest city, the country's largest port and a major economic hub, recorded widespread rain on the order of 5 inches or more. As of Wednesday, a number of inundated areas on both sides of the border were still under floodwaters. Now, the body of a woman was recovered from a mudslide from the town of Lelut, British Columbia, earlier this week. They had a mudslide that actually buried a total of 7 cars, forcing rescue crews to work in a level of debris that they say they had never encountered before. Pretty incredible. You see some of the aerial videos and whatnot. There were numerous hundreds of truck drivers, as a matter of fact, that were stranded. I believe that was in a town called Hope in British Columbia there for days, unable to get out. Just this past day, they were able to get one roadway out of that community reopened. So many truck drivers, they said some of the truck drivers were actually able to get flights out of the area, but many drivers were unable to leave because they had to stay with their loads. We've got more on that under our industry headlines there coming up. Friday morning coming on. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Roy's on board. Eric says, good morning, Steve, and all the Hot Shot Secret Nation listeners. Have a great, safe morning. Show Dog is on board, on the road. Afternoon, hammer down. Everybody be safe. Got some rain in the Northeast tonight. There's Larry, or Captain Ron checking in. 68 degrees in Gainesville, Florida. Happy Friday. Really just one day closer to Monday. Thank you, Captain Ron. Hello to James. Morning, Steve, and all the drivers. Got 46 degrees in Kirbyville, Texas at this hour. Everybody truck safe. Let's see. Pappy's on board. 0400 hours. Be there or be square. I'll get an opportunity to step out of the secret bunker and gaze toward the heavens during my smoke break there, Pappy, right? 0400. Bama checking in from Franklin, Kentucky, headed back to Alabama. I'll be glad when the so-called chip shortage is over and I can buy another pickup for a reasonable price. You know, these private sellers, the Facebook marketplace, they're asking for stupid prices for their clapped-out vehicles, 200,000 plus miles. Unreal. Everybody have a good weekend anyway. 007 checking in from Tyler, Texas at the Pilot Truck Stop there tonight. Morning to Fuzzy. Checking in. It's cold. Yeah, we're 34 outside the Hotshot Secret bunker at this hour. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, from the Yellow Brick Road. As always, shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Dodge City, Kansas. Morning, Steve, from Gary, Indiana. I'm headed to Stony Creek, Ontario. Good to have you with us, John. Buster Brown on the road again. That's my last vacation till the last week of June next year. Have you back, Steve? And got my 18-wheeler to Hot Springs, Arkansas. All right, there you go. Good to have you on board. Buster Brown, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. Thank you much. Crazy Ray, 31 degrees. Happy Friday. Hopefully I can see the eclipse later on. A little breezy, chilly. Eskimo Mom checking out. It's clearing out the further south I get. Right now, 35 degrees in northern Kentucky. Yeah, a little chilly out there. Richard, it's not chilly there, is it? Morning from Central Florida, where it's 69 degrees at this hour. Jay checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. That's a cool, crisp 32 in Music City. Clear out tonight. You'll have a beautiful opportunity to witness the eclipse, right? Just bundle up, because it's freezing in Music City. Mr. Cube is on board, and we'll get to some of the others coming up here around the country on a Friday. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed it is on a Friday morning. See who else checking in. Hello to Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth. It's a crisp 43 degrees. And that's about 32 degrees colder than what our high temperature was this past day. It was a little windy, started getting cloudy in the afternoon, had a few sprinkles as that front came through. But we did have a good time golfing. I did not play very well, though. The course was hilly and tight through the woods, which doesn't really fit my game. Anyway, we get to hang out with the granddaughters Saturday till Sunday. It's going to be great. Huge game for the Buckeyes this weekend against Michigan State. Have a great night and a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. I forgot about that, yeah. Buckeyes versus Michigan State. That should be a good one, right? Hello to Joe, Tallahassee bound. Got 66 degrees here on I-10. Yeah, thankfully, that nasty forecast does not pertain to me anymore. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Kim, hoping to get a break in the clouds so I can see that eclipse in LaPorte, Indiana. She goes by Bashful. Okay, good to have you with us, Bashful. James checking in from Huntsville, Alabama. Dingbat is on board. Hello to the Michigan Madman, where he's got a little bit of snow, a snowy Michigan tonight. Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas. About to head out to Jonesboro, get my papers. 36 degrees, a clear night. And everybody be safe out there. Under the industry headlines, plenty to cover. I'm kind of surprised. I wasn't even aware that there was a Teamsters election taking place. I got the update forwarded to me this past day. A new administration will soon take the helm of the 1.3 million member Teamsters Union. Now, although the ballots are still being counted, Teamsters United, yes, that group, has already won more than enough votes to clinch a victory, they say. In the first 3 regions counted, the slate won overwhelmingly, taking more than 70% of the vote. It's the first time in almost a quarter century that a coalition backed by Teamsters for a Democratic Union has taken the driver's seat in the International Union. The incoming president is Sean O'Brien, leader of the New England Joint Council 10, who says his top priorities will be to unite the rank and file, to take on employers, organize Amazon and other competitors in the union's core industries, and withdraw support for politicians who don't deliver on union demands. Essentially, to organizing at Amazon or any place else, O'Brien says, is winning enviable contracts for the existing Teamsters. Our biggest selling point to potential members is showing in black and white what a union contract can do. Now, we've got to have a grassroots campaign to engage our members that work in similar industries and showcase what Teamsters can do. That means negotiating strong contracts that people would want to be a part of. Now, in UPS negotiations in 2023, he says, the union must abolish this second tier of drivers, raise the starting pay of part-timers from $14 an hour to $20 an hour, crack down on subcontracting and Uber-like deliveries by personal vehicle drivers. He and his running mates have pledged to strike UPS if necessary. Now, 5 years ago, O'Brien won an Eastern Region vice president spot in the incumbent state of longtime President James Hoffa, who's retiring this year. But in 2017, Hoffa fired him as a package division director after O'Brien insisted the UPS bargaining team should include opposition leader Fred Zuckerman, president of Local 89 in Louisville, who had led the 2016 Teamsters United ticket that nearly topped Hoffa at the time. Now Zuckerman will take the number 2 seat as secretary-treasurer. As going to press time, Teamsters United was headed for a controlling majority on the union's 27-seat International Executive Board. So looking at some of the regional votes, they say it was a wave of fury. The South and Central region, where Teamsters United won with 57 and 59% of the vote in 2016, were actually blowouts this time at 71 and 72% respectively. The East, where the last time the Challengers eked out a 44%, they went 75% this year for Teamsters United. That's O'Brien's home turf. The West, where the Teamsters United got only 43% last time, was again the toughest egg to crack, but the top two candidates on the Hoffa-backed Teamster Power slate both came from the West. All right, one from Colorado, one from California, but although the ballots from the West are still being counted, Teamsters United currently has the lead even there. The final smaller batch of ballots will be those coming in from Canada. Yeah, a hotly contested, as hot as the contested was this election. Overall turnout, and this is kind of the sad thing, overall turnout was 15%. The reason we have such a low turnout is the leadership is disconnected from the membership, according to Teamsters United candidate John Palmer. But organizing moved the needle. Campaigners in Chicago's 15,000-member local, number 705, had a 31% turnout, with 95% of the votes there going to Teamsters United. So there you go. That's very, very interesting. Again, I didn't even realize the election, the ballots were being counted, just kind of missed all that. It wasn't in like any of the industry headlines that I had seen. All right, we'll get a news break in here and get to your calls just ahead. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Guard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, great to have you on board here as we roll into a Friday. Let's get to your calls here. What do you say, Horse Feathers? You say that moon is shining bright overhead?
Morning. Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yeah, it is down in Maryland anyway. Got up here to York, Pennsylvania. We got some clouds up here, but down in Maryland there, clouds are pushed pretty much out and roads are drying up, and there's a great big silver disc way up in the sky, straight above your head. You gotta tilt your head all the way back there. Look straight up there.
It's almost straight overhead right now. Yes, it is. I stepped out a minute ago and looking up, and you're right. It looks rather small right now. Yeah, by the time we get to 4 a.m., it'll start looking a little bigger as it gets lower on the horizon when the eclipse is taking place. But
oh, that sounds good then. But yeah, so anyways, I guess we had some rain push through. I don't know. I went back to bed. It was just starting to sprinkle and shower there at about 6:30 last night, and I went back to bed and got up at 11:15, and it looks like it does now. All kind of just drying up a little bit. But I did get out and clean some leaves up out of the yard yesterday. Took 3 big trailer loads off the yard yesterday to try to keep up with them, because the yard gets soaked and then the leaves hold the water underneath and you can't get the yard dry, and then you just start making mess there, running a tractor back and forth across it there trying to pick up leaves. Turns nasty. So anyways there, I don't know, what do we got? We got 45 degrees up here in York, Pennsylvania. How come you guys are so cold?
Hey, the cold front is on the way. Trust me, it's going to be going down. Hell, they're looking to drop down into the low to mid 30s, all the way down into Corsicana, Texas tonight. I mean, Dallas is forecasting 35. Greenville's forecasting 32. Yeah, 28 degrees is the forecast for Jacksboro, Texas. Yeah, very chilly night.
Wow. So we heard that Buster Brown's down there in Arkansas somewhere, and Big Sexy's down there in Arkansas. Are they close enough to each other they could buy each other coffee down there, or how big is that Arkansas anyways? Is that a big state, or is ain't never been there? Don't know nothing about it.
Decent sized state, yeah. Don't think I've ever been to Arkansas either.
All right, the only thing I know about Arkansas there is William Jefferson Clinton come from there?
Yeah, right.
Bride?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. We won't even mention that witch's name. Did I say that? I didn't say that out loud, did I? Yeah, anyways. So I guess, I don't know, I didn't pay attention to news or anything last night, didn't see any of it, but what's the word on Rittenhouse? The only thing I was kind of getting wind of is that they sent the jury home, and is it going to be a hung jury, Your Honor? Are they going to declare a mistrial, hung jury, all that, and have to redo all of it?
I know that they, again, requested a mistrial. Apparently they didn't get it this past day. The jury was sent home after a third day of deliberation. There was a bit of an interesting development, though. The judge has banned MSNBC from the courthouse after a man that apparently worked for the network followed the jury bus Wednesday night. The judge said yesterday the man was James Morrison, who claims to be an MSNBC producer working for Irene Bayan of NBC in New York. Said the bus carrying the jurors has covered windows to prevent them from seeing protesters, but the judge was pretty PO'd. This is a serious matter, but I don't know what the ultimate truth of this is, but absolutely it would go without much thinking that someone who's following the jury bus, that is a serious matter, and it's going to be referred to the proper authorities. So look out, MSNBC not in the courtroom now.
All right. And I did see one thing there. The judge had said that he's going to take it under serious consideration probably before allowing TV coverage, live TV coverage in the courtroom. He said this is, he's not been happy with this, and he's talking about turning the TV cameras off. No TV feed from the courtroom. Bring your crayon and your notepad, your pencil and paper, and come in and do your drawings and go back out with that. So I guess they're getting tired of the circus, Your Honor. Maybe they're getting tired of that circus that we're supposed to have is what they used to call news.
Yeah.
Back when a great man, what was his name? Walter Cronkite used to do what was it? Just the news and only the news or something? I don't know. Don't remember. Anyways, but no, that's about all we got going there for you. So I don't know, in case we come up with any other developing stories or hot flashes or something going on there, we'll check back in with you later there, and I'm going to go around and spread the word that I'm going to make the moon disappear tonight, Your Honor. It's going to be me. It's my fault. I'm doing it. I'm causing it. And as far as the storms out west there, just remember, it's climate change causing them 500-year storms. It's climate change. It's going to get worse. These storms are worse. It's going to get worse. It's just never going to get better unless we just go back to the Stone Ages. So, all right, Your Honor, we'll catch you later.
Be safe out there. Enjoy the lunar eclipse. Yeah, MSNBC or an NBC News spokesperson did issue a statement, apparently this past evening, denying that there was any attempt to photograph jurors. While the traffic violation took place near the jury van, the freelancer never contacted or intended to contact the jurors during deliberations and did not photograph or intend to photograph them. We regret the incident. We will fully cooperate with the authorities on any investigation, again, says NBC. Right. Kenosha police had said earlier a person was taken into custody after being suspected of trying to photograph jurors. Yeah, national radio host Todd Starnes says MSNBC needs to pay a price for this stunt, trying to dox jurors. So there you go. Update there. Morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Liar, liar, your pants are going to catch on fire there, MSNBC. 34 in Memphis, Steve. That's pretty cool. I'd like to see that weather warm up just a little bit there, but I guess we'll have to wait till next week sometime there. Horse feathers, that slick Willie, William Jefferson, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Clinton. He says he doesn't smoke cigars anymore because they are poor. And that's where I'll leave it at, Steve. You can fill in the blank. I heard on your break there, somebody was singing Amazing Grace, and somebody in the background was saying if they had showed him some grace, he would still be alive. Who were they talking about?
I guess that was down in, is it Georgia, where that trial's going on for the three guys.
Oh, okay. I thought it might have been somebody shot by the police or something, and I was thinking, well, if he'd have listened to the police and done what they asked, he'd still be alive, right?
Yeah, that's the deal where what they were supposedly trying to ban. They're saying Al Sharpton showed up, and a whole bunch. All I heard was black pastors had showed up because they were trying to keep pastors out of the court or something. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on there, but that was the headline.
Yeah, I'd read where Jesse Jackson showed up down there too. I think that's one who showed up there. I don't know. But them union boys, they just got a new group of people to rip them off, right? Glad to see them change leadership there. And I read where the FBI got a sealed warrant to dig in New Jersey for Jimmy Hoffa Sr. I still thought he was down there at the hospital trying to organize labor there myself. Well, I can hear the crowd cheering already, Steve. I'm fixing to take off for the rest of the year, so I won't talk to you until 2022.
Rest of the year?
I know a lot of people. Yeah, it's time. I got some vacation time coming. I got personal time coming. I might have to take just a week off, maybe just and lose some money. But anyway, I'll be having that big hooter in my right hand at night, Steve. I'm not getting up to call.
I guess Mama Knucklebuster, is she excited about that? She's thrilled? She may want to kick you out before Christmas.
Yeah, she probably will. She'll probably kick me out there, make me sleep out there in that camper there, right? Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. This is the last time I'm going to get to do this for the year, so let's get it over with there. Let's buy some Hot Shot Secret product. Buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive product, especially the baseball cap, T-shirt, travel mug. And Steve, I want to know something. Since y'all do sell T-shirts, are y'all going to sell any sweaters for winter?
I don't know that they've got. I mean, Hot Shot Secret has like hoodies and sweatshirts and things like that for the Hot Shot Secret products. I don't know if we're going to do any overnight drive merchandise like that or not.
Yeah, well, them women need to keep them big, cute, cuddly, brown-nosed sweater puppies warm, Steve. I want to make sure you keep them up there right there. So
there you go.
And this is the last time I get to do this for this year. I want to congratulate Louisville for beating Duke 62-22 tonight on a Thursday night football game. And how about them New England Patriots, man? 25-0 over them Falcons. Mike Jones is earning his pay now, right?
There you go.
All right, well, we'll talk to you next year, brother. Have a happy Thanksgiving, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, brother.
All wrapped into one. Yeah, well, enjoy your time off. I reckon Mama Knucklebuster's putting together quite the extensive honeydew list. With all that time, you got to find something for him to do. It is 844-844-3388. Roll it into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now it looks like in our nation's capital, finally getting a bit of attention in regards to the truck parking issue, or the lack thereof, in the country. Some of the testimony between I believe it was talking about the supply chain challenges. The lack of truck parking is well documented. It's time to do something about it. That was the message from Representative Brian Babin of Texas during the House Transportation and Infrastructure hearing this week. Now, Babin is actually a former truck driver. He cited the original Jason's Law truck parking survey from 2013 and said, hey, another survey is not going to solve the problem. Truckers all across my district tell me all the time they're sick of studies and reports because they all draw the same conclusion. There's a truck parking crisis in America. He then asks the ATA president, Chris Spear, if another survey would be the best use of government resources to solve the truck parking problem. To which he responded, we know the problem, Congressman. You outlined it very well. We have 3.5 million truck drivers in this country. That is our number, and it's a valid number. And we have 313,000 truck parking spaces nationally. And that's according to the report that you just cited. You do the math. For every 11 truck drivers, there's one truck parking space. That is a problem. Well, of course, it's a problem that OOIDA's been calling attention to for many, many years. Well, there's one place that's actually doing something to help with the truck parking issues. This past day, as a matter of fact, Love's Travel Stops opened 3 new locations around the country: Ohio, Florida, and Georgia. The new stores, you've got Bellefontaine, Ohio, Milton, Florida, and Garden City, Georgia. All said, adding more than 300 truck parking spaces to the network. The Bellefontaine, Ohio location, 1,300 square foot facility. They'll have a Hardee's opening December the 6th. 126 truck parking spaces, though. 8 diesel bays, 8 showers, laundry, cat scales, dog park. The Milton, Florida location, 12,000 square feet. Arby's will be opening November 22nd. They've added 88 truck parking spaces to the network there. 8 diesel bays, 8 showers, pretty much laundry facilities, cat scale, dog park. They'll have a Speedco at that location as well. Then lastly, the Garden City, Georgia, another 12,000 square foot facility. Hardee's that opens November 22nd. 97 truck parking spaces. 8 diesel bays, 6 showers. You got your laundry facilities, cat scales, and the dog park as well. So some new opportunities to find parking. That's a pretty big feat, opening 3 brand new stores on the same day. How about that? About 7 before the hour, it's 844-844-3388. And let's get back to the calls here. Would that be, Uncle Cooter?
Yes, sir. How's it going tonight?
Doing well. What's happening out there?
Oh, not a whole lot. Running a little late tonight, so I'm listening to you live. I usually catch you on the podcast. And I got a question for your tech guys, because my podcast service of choice, Monday morning your show showed up right away. Tuesday it didn't show up at all. Wednesday it showed up, but there was no audio to it at all. Then like today, it showed up in the afternoon, and when I've been looking for it all day, but when it shows up, it said it's been there for like 10 hours. So I don't know if that's Google Podcasts trying to throttle you, or is that a problem with your on your side where you load it onto the podcast service?
They handle all that. Yeah, there's a tech guy there up in Mount Gilead that handles all that. Yeah, in the morning when I get through, I just hit a few buttons and it downloads the entire audio to their facility via like Dropbox. And I'm not sure what the process even entails to load it to all the different streaming services.
So yeah, just something for them to check in on. And I called with a little spiel about socialism. I'm just going to throw it out there, see if it makes sense to anybody. Like they say free healthcare, free food, free housing. Well, you know who else is owed that? Prisoners, slaves, and livestock. These elites think of us no more than livestock to be managed.
That's an interesting take. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like any of the old timers, back in the day, it was a disdainful thing to take anything for free. Let me add a little biblical application here to this. Good book says, he who doesn't support his own household is worse than a non-believer, and he who doesn't work shouldn't eat. That's why our society, up until recent decades, disdained such a thing. And even with this mandate for everybody to get the shot, like cattle aren't allowed to not take any inoculation the farmer wants to give them.
Right.
Don't you see a correlation between that and these mandates they're throwing down on us?
All about control. 100%, just control.
Yes.
Yep. Well, hey, I'm looking here.
I'm going to throw that out there, see if anybody agrees with that or not.
Yeah, you're a first-time caller, Uncle Cooter. I need to get I got your number down here. Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products yet?
Yeah, I ordered a little bit a while ago, but I guess I can order some more. Yeah, I called your old show a couple times, but yeah, this is my first time calling this one.
Well, that's great to hear from you. Thank you so much. I got your number down here. I've got you, and I think I had Dave the other morning, so I'll get both of those up there. Sometimes I wait till Friday morning to just send this week's winners, so we'll get the codes out to you. And yeah, thank you so much for being a listener to the program. And don't be a stranger.
Yep. I'll call back when I'm get held up and run late again. So.
There you go. All right, now I'll have to jot a memo down to ask about the whole. Did the Tuesday episode ever show up, or it never did load in?
Yeah, it never did load in. So.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll check with him on that. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different options, but yeah, like you said, that's his podcast service of choice. What do you say? Google Podcast, Google Play. Okay, something very peculiar is happening with our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, this is Very interesting. Obviously, we all know it's no secret that we're paying record prices at the pumps. Yeah, rapidly ascending prices also affect the cost of everything else, all goods and services that are an integral part of the American economy. Farmers, manufacturers, delivery companies, repair people, you name it. They're all paying more to do their job. And they just pass the cost on to me and you. So why now, of all times, is the Biden administration selling strategic petroleum reserve oil to Asia? Yeah, that raised a big red flag in my mind as well. As the name suggests, the SPR is America's emergency backup oil supply. The reason we have it's because of the energy crisis back in the early 1970s. According to Wikipedia, which is probably accurate about this, the United States started the petroleum reserve in 1975 after oil supplies were interrupted during the 1973-74 oil embargo, and they put it together to mitigate future supply disruptions. Well, fast forward to 2021. As soon as entering the Oval Office, one of the first things Biden did was shut down the Keystone Pipeline. Henceforth, rather than flowing safely through a pipeline, Canadian oil will come the expensive way over land, whether it's on a truck, which are in short supply, or rather it's on a train. At the same time, Biden halted new oil, gas, and coal leases on federal lands, something that right now is being fought in the courts. Now, as long as the suit continues, no sane business is going to start to drill. Biden's also on the verge of ending all new oil and gas leases around Native American cultural sites, which will shut down massive amounts of exploration and drilling in New Mexico. And following initial denials, the administration did admit that they're looking at plans to close a major pipeline there in Michigan. Practically overnight, thanks to Joe, America went from oil independence and being a net oil exporter to suffering shortages and, as noted, rising prices. When asked about the problem, though, Joe blames OPEC and Russia. Meanwhile, the Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, simply cackled maniacally and claimed, well, that there's nothing we can do about it. We're helpless. Well, Biden is under pressure now to tap the SPR to relieve some of the pressure on prices. Again, remember, Joe birthed this problem, squashing American fuel production, thereby creating the shortage. There's also the little matter of this administration working with Congress to print money like rolls of toilet paper. I guess toilet paper, though, is more useful than inflationary dollars. Even Chucky Schumer wants to lower prices by chipping away at the SPR supply, despite the fact that we have vast, untapped resources right below the soil in this country. Well, it turns out, here's the shocker, it turns out Biden is already tapping into the SPR. He's just not doing it to help Americans. A report in the investment circles is trickling down to the mainstream news. Biden is selling massive amounts of SPR oil to Asia. About 1.6 million barrels of crude from the reserve, that's a monthly record, was shipped out in October, according to data from the market intelligence firm Kepler. All three supertankers went to Asia. Now, given the ongoing pace of the current SPR release, 12 million barrels in the last 2 months, and the biggest weekly release so far last week at 3.1 million barrels, it's fair to assume more SPR barrels are going to be leaving U.S. shores in the weeks ahead, according to Matt Smith, the oil analyst for Kepler. As far as I can tell, the administration has not explained why With Americans struggling to keep up with rising fuel prices, are we shipping our SPR to Asia? Now, during that virtual meeting between Biden and Xi Jinping, the two allegedly discussed releasing oil from both countries' petroleum reserves, but made no mention of the sales to Asia that are already taking place. It's becoming clearer daily with each passing day that there's a clown in the White House, and it's not a cute, loving clown like Bozo. Instead, we're being led by the political equivalent of the Joker from the DC Comics. A madman who wants to burn it all down. Now, that makes absolutely no sense at all. I'm sure that, not again, like I said, it's trickling down to the mainstream media. I need to look into what's going on. Well, and if you're going to ask Asia or China to release some reserves from there, why are we releasing it and sending it to them anyway? They've got their own reserves, so rather perplexing. But with that, we'll get a news update, close out hour number one, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. Think what you could do with that. But if you join right now, MediShare is waiving their new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. And MediShare is really different. It's a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. More than 400,000 people are members, and they've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So, yes, they can handle your bills too. This may be the time to make the switch. Join before November 30th for the additional savings. It's so easy to find out more. They're great to talk to. In fact, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Forecasters are continuing to track the potential for a storm to impact Americans hitting the roads and skiers to beat the Thanksgiving travel rush next Wednesday. The biggest impact from the gathering storm will be strong winds, but heavy snow and drenching rains are also in the forecast. Meteorologists say a winter storm is expected over the Midwest this weekend. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour are anticipated along some of the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes. A New York judge has granted exonerations for 2 men wrongfully convicted of killing civil rights leader Malcolm X in 1965. The exonerations of Muhammad Aziz and Khalil Islam were issued after Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance Jr. filed a motion seeking to vacate the convictions. Both men served 20 years in prison and were released in the mid-1980s. Aziz said the exonerations couldn't erase the decades of his life that were lost. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
More details are being revealed about the Astroworld concert tragedy in Houston.
Officials believe there may have been 12,000 unticketed attendees at a deadly Southeast Texas music festival. The general manager of NRG Park telling Harris County Sports and Convention Cooperation Board members on Wednesday almost 38,000 tickets were scanned for Astro World. However, Houston firefighters have estimated 50,000 were at the Travis Scott-backed festival earlier this month. 10 people ended up dying and dozens more were hurt when fans pushed toward the stage during the rapper's performance. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Biden hosted Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador at the White House for the first North American summit in 5 years. The leaders were all physically present at the White House as they individually met with Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to discuss a range of issues such as trade and COVID-19. Speaking alongside Trudeau, Biden described the partnership as one of the easiest relationships you can have as an American president and one of the best. Speaking with Obrador, Biden said he viewed the United States and Mexico as equals, while Obrador praised Biden's plans to provide citizenship for more than 11 million undocumented migrants living in the United States. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Number two, off and rolling. Yeah, Knucklebuster sent me a story right there at the tail end of the show yesterday. I didn't get to the email till we had to wrap things up there on our Thursday morning, so I printed it out. I said, that's pretty fascinating. Yeah, volcano scientist issued an alert on Wednesday of this week, warning that a cloud of ash from an eruption more than a century ago was headed toward Alaska's Kodiak Island. The ash was from the powerful 1912 eruption, a volcano on the Alaskan peninsula that dropped volcanic ash that's still visible today. But strong northwesterly winds in the vicinity of Katmai National Park and Preserve and Valley of 10,000 Smokes on Wednesday kicked up the volcanic ash. They explained generally this time of year, we get some of those northwestern winds that can come down from the region and really scour some of the free ash that's deposited from 1912 and bring it up to height. Winds were expected to carry the ash about 100 miles southeast toward Kodiak Island. An aviation alert to aircraft was issued for the low-lying event. Scientists estimated the cloud would not go above 7,000 feet. But some of these events can cause some dusting of ash in nearby communities. This particular one looks like it's not as ash-rich, watch what you say there, ash-rich as some of the other ones, so there's probably going to be negligible fallout from the ash there. But that eruption way back in 1912, one of the world's largest, June the 6th of 1912, sent ash as high as 100,000 feet southwest of Anchorage. The Geological Survey estimates 3.6 cubic miles of magma erupted, which would be about 30 times the amount that spewed out of Mount St. Helens there in Washington state 40 years ago. That eruption was the most powerful of the 20th century. It ranks amongst the largest in recorded history. This is what was fascinating. The ash was deposited in what is now known as the Valley of 10,000 Smokes, where it deposited 600 feet of ash in some places. That was the astounding part. 600 feet. I mean, it literally buried everything. All right, back to the calls we go here as we roll into a Friday. Oh, it looks like we lost Chevy Guy, so he'll dial us back up. So we got clear lines around the country. It's 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. Just on the heels of the massive infrastructure bill that was signed into law, the Reason Foundation has released their annual highway report, which it ranks states by their highway performance. This past day, the Reason Foundation released the 26th annual highway report. According to the libertarian think tank, they say North Dakota's state highway system have the best overall performance. Now, the top spot's kind of a mixture of states with large and some small populations. But again, topping the list, North Dakota, followed by Virginia, Missouri, Kentucky, North Carolina at number 5, Utah, Kansas, Idaho, South Dakota, and Tennessee round out the top 10. Now, simply comparing states' highway quality kind of misses the bigger picture, according to the report. In order to receive more context, the Reason Foundation's highway performance ratings, they kind of evaluate cost versus quality. Since states have different budgets, different system sizes, traffic and geographic circumstances, their comparative performance depends on both system performance and resources available, they say. All right, to determine relative performance across the country, state highway system budgets are compared with system performance state by state. States with high ratings typically have better than average system conditions. That's good for the road user, along with relatively low per mile expenditures, which is good for the taxpayers. They used a number of different criteria, which I'm not going to bore you with all those, but based on the criteria they used to break it down, here are the states with the worst highway performance. Worst performance. At number 10 is Florida, working our way up to the state with the worst. Washington, Massachusetts, Delaware, and California, bringing us up to the top 5. New York, Hawaii, Alaska, Rhode Island, and number 1, worst highway performance, is New Jersey. Now, although the first and last place titles for the overall highway performance are the same as last year's survey, there were some pretty significant jumps in and around the country. South Carolina dropped 17 spots to number 23 on the list this year, while the state of Wyoming rocketed upward. They went from 36 last year all the way up to number 12 in the new survey, again, from the Reason Foundation. All right, clear lines here. Friday morning coming on. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what else on the list here? Let's see here. We get to Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Steve's on board where it's 20 degrees and windy in Des Moines tonight. Brr. Todd says, hey, where can I get a Steve Sommers Overnight Drive t-shirt? I guess I don't mention that often enough, do I? It's overnightdriveradio.com. It's the website. And click on shop. I did share the link on the YouTube and the Facebook stream pages there, but yeah, Overnight Drive Radio. You click on shop, and you've got the hats, the travel mugs, the official Overnight Drive T-shirts, stickers, some deals on some of the Hot Shot Secret performance packs, like the Big Rig Duo. Yeah, you got the semi-prevention pack, the semi-performance pack, and several others there. Yeah, products you can always purchase at hotshotsecret.com. And again, as I mentioned there, that if you're interested in things like the sweatshirts and winter apparel, they got quite a full line of apparel products. Yeah, whether it's the regular Hot Shot Secret apparel or you got the Hot Shot Secret Motorsports apparel. So just check that out. You'll find all that at hotshotsecret.com. So there you go. Someone shared with me the video of Colorado's, she's a little bitty thing, Representative Lauren Boebert. And she just went, scorched earth on the House floor a few days ago. And she said, she admitted this past day that she's actually started making a list of colleagues to go after if the Republican Party takes back the House next year. Now, here's what's got her PO'd. The Democrats have now removed 4 Republicans from various committees. For varying reasons. The latest was the Arizona representative, the guy that made the little, the cartoon caricature of taking out AOC with the sword. Again, it was kind of in jest, but she says, I've started making a list, and Ilhan Omar tops the list. Eric Swalwell, number 2. Maxine Waters and Cori Bush and a couple of other Democrats, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are on there too. Now, she also said she will utilize her position on the House Committee of Oversight and Reform to force Biden administration officials to answer for failures. I'm submitting subpoenas for the people who are in this administration and making them answer to their failures. I mean, I'm absolutely calling out the members of Congress who serve in the House and do the things that they do. I'm absolutely going to hold them accountable. And you know, what goes around, like I said, will come around. Uh-oh. All right, as the House debated censuring Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona, which they did on Wednesday for that anime video that posted on Twitter, depicting him killing AOC. Boebert went on to unload on several Democrats in his defense. And she started with none other than Ilhan Omar, which she referred to as the Jihad Squad member. Whoa, the Jihad Squad member from Minnesota has paid her husband, and not her brother husband, the other one, over $1 million in campaign funds. This member is allowed to serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee while praising terrorists? Then she went on to attack Maxine Waters. Yes, insinuated that you want to talk about inciting violence. Maxine Waters was inciting violence in the streets outside the courthouse when this whole Derek Chauvin trial was going on over the killing of George Floyd. And then the cherry on top, she said, my colleague and 3-month presidential candidate from California, who's on the Intelligence Committee, who slept with Fang Fang, the Chinese spy. And she's talking about Representative Eric Swalwell. She went on to say it's ridiculous to try and criticize Gosar over a make-believe cartoon. And then have people like this. Yeah. There you go. Slept with a Chinese spy, but they didn't remove him from the Intelligence Committee. Now, again, the House voted on Wednesday to censure Gosar. They stripped him of his 2 committee assignments after some backlash from that video that he had posted on Twitter, but yeah, what goes around comes around. She's a fiery little thing, full of piss and vinegar, if you know what I mean. It's what's happening, Wheelchair Dave. Thanks for checking in. Good morning.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, we got a nice, bright full moon up there tonight that hasn't turned red yet, but it sure is bright.
Yeah, the eclipse, I think the first bit of the shadow begins to cross the moon here in about a half hour or so, a little after 2 o'clock, I think it is.
Well, good. We'll get out there and take a look at stuff in a little while. Hey, if I could, there's a few things I'd like to talk. I haven't talked to you for a while, and I don't know how bad you guys have beat up some of these subjects that I'd like to talk about tonight. But before I get into that, I got to tell you, I had a chance to watch the pro and amateur disc golf tournaments the other day.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Well, I know you had said that you had played that, and man, that's pretty interesting.
It's not your old whammo big fat frisbee as most people think of a frisbee. I mean, these things, it's like throwing a plate. Very, very small, compact, and very heavy discs. And I mean, those pro guys, man, they can unload those things hundreds of feet.
Yeah, they had the gals on and the guys, and I had no idea that there was so much money involved and that there's a tour in the parks and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They were showing this one park down, I think, in North Carolina called Hornet Park. Have you ever played there?
No, sir. No, I haven't played anywhere in North Carolina.
So the ones that you did play at, were they mostly 18-hole setups?
Yeah, I think there was one that actually had like two courses in one, like a 36-hole deal, I guess it was.
Wow.
But most of
so would you say that you were
most of them in our
amateur-wise
18 holes, yeah.
Okay. Were you good enough to play against some of the amateurs there? Or?
Oh, I played in a handful of tournaments over the years. I never won a tournament, but I did finish top 3 in a few of them. And I'm going back a few years.
Well, that's all.
Back in my 20s when I was much more fit and stronger. As the older you get, you just don't have the strength to throw like I did when I was younger. But
yeah, there's no comparison. The old whammo frisbees and all that doesn't even compare to this stuff. This is really high tech stuff.
Yep.
So, how bad have you guys beat up the Cincinnati Bearcat topic?
We haven't talked much about it this week. Actually, I mean, I don't even know if I brought up what were the bowl rankings this week. Did they move up at all, or are they still out of the top 4? Or?
Yeah, they're still outside at 5, and I got to watch when game day came in and went to Nipper Stadium there. That was just fantastic. You had over 15,000 fans, for the game day thing. In fact, you had Jeff Ruby serving food for the crew and stuff there, so that was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they're just, Cincinnati's not getting their respect, and I personally don't see the committee putting Cincinnati in at all. I don't see it. How about you?
I think they, if they've got 2 games yet to play, if they do fully win out, I mean, undoubtedly, would they not deserve to be in there?
Oh, I personally think they deserve to be in there right now. I don't think Ohio State needs to be in there. I think Ohio State, needs to drop out, and Cincinnati belongs in there. But let's take a look at that just for a minute. The Final Four as it's set up right now, you got Georgia at 1, Bama 2, Oregon 3, Ohio State 4, Cincinnati 5. All right, so Georgia and Alabama have got to play each other down here, in Mercedes-Benz Stadium down here.
Yeah.
For the SEC championship. So those 2 have got to play. So when there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser on that 1 and 2. All right? Now, so that's going to free up a slot. If Cincinnati wins out, I think they deserve to be bumped up and, be put in the Final Four. But they're not talking like that. They're talking, okay, if Bama loses, and Georgia's such a great team right now, then we're going to give Bama another shot.
Really? I mean, they would actually they would contemplate a 2-loss team still being in there? That's
Yes. So that brings me up to a point that I wanted to talk to you and Monkey Gouger about and stuff. Back in the day, you guys were really, really big NASCAR fans. And, you watched it every week. And then finally you got turned off, because all the Monkey Gouger got turned off because all the new rules, and NASCAR changing everything up and just became boring to them. I don't know. I'm at the point now where Cincinnati's playing so good. If this playoff committee doesn't put them in, I'm thinking about banning watching football anymore.
Oh, boy. I mean, since they've started this whole, the change for the whole, the playoff thing and whatnot, has there been a year where there hasn't been some big-time controversy leading up to any championship?
You're right. That's kind of what drives it. If they don't, if everybody doesn't complain about it, I guess there's nothing to talk about.
So they got to stir the pot, right?
Yeah, so to speak. But I just want to know what you thought about that. I think you caught a game or 2 recently, didn't you?
Oh yeah. I've been tuning in. I didn't get to watch UC's game last week because I think it was like an ESPN game or something on Friday night, and we weren't home, so my mom doesn't have cable, and we were over there. But they won that game handily.
Yeah. See, and, regardless, they are winning, okay? The style points or whatever, who cares about that? If you win out, then you deserve to be in my opinion. But, All right, buddy. Well, I just wanted to give you a call, and it's been a while since I talked to you, and I hope you're doing well, and hope the family's doing well, and all that good stuff. And we'll keep an eye on that blood moon tonight.
There you go. Thank you much for checking in, Wheelchair Dave. It is actually kind of a quiet morning on the phones, unusual for a Friday, but yeah. Thanks for checking in. You had Monkey Gouger's take on the bowl champ. Yeah, Georgia, Alabama, Oregon, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Michigan at number 6. Okay, so. But yeah, you got, Ohio State, Michigan State this weekend. That'd be big. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Get a news break and much more to come as we roll into a Friday full moon out there tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Guard.
From the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back once again. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388 on a Friday. And Chevy Guy able to... Welcome back, Chevy Guy. Thank you much.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I had to drop off. There's a 5-mile section there on the coast of Savannah River, South Carolina, Georgia line there. The Albee trial. Boy, it's turning into a zoo. Was watching the countdown for the Kyle Rittenhouse. They had the Albee trial on court TV. It was both going on at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
What was interesting, and I want to do a shout out to this guy's neighbors. 2 women come on and were explaining how crime in their neighborhood has ridden so bad that they were afraid to let their children play outside at night. Car break-ins, vandalism of all kinds, and they were just, they were afraid for their children. Now, do I have to mention this? I hate to mention this. One of those women was a woman of color. She might have been Indian or African, I don't know, but she was there, and it's her children playing with the white children across the road, and they absolutely did not let their children run the neighborhoods for fear of what was going on in that neighborhood. So, let's see if you hear that on the news, but you're hearing about all these black ministers out there making a big show for injustice out front of the courthouse with, of course, Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson showing up. That right there just tells you it's going to be a zoo. But also, something to think about is they're using things they said, stupid things they said on Facebook. The guy said, we're watching, and anybody coming in, if we catch them, they're gonna get burnt. So they're using the very things they've said against them off of Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, if you've got guns, don't get online. Don't get on the phone. I'm going to shoot them. I'm going to take my guns, and I'm going to... No, you don't let nobody know you got guns. You don't make yourself a threat. I mean, make sure you have them. Make sure you know how to use them. And this isn't going to go. This isn't going to go good. But like I said, it definitely. What do you do? I mean, what are you going to do when your neighborhood is falling apart? And I'd love to see all those black ministers. And I'd be careful here because Scripture says, "Touch not my anointed, do my prophets no harm." But brothers, why don't you go into Atlanta and have all you black ministers get out there in the neighborhood at night and saying the black community should be the safest community on the planet, instead of all these shootings. Don't worry about this one here. It looks like they're taking care of the evidence is I don't know, and it doesn't look good for the boy. And I'm sorry, you just you don't have the authority to stop people. Come to find out, the young man has had a long, lengthy record of resisting cops, running from law enforcement, uniformed officers. So of course he ain't gonna stop for plain clothes. Who are you, person?
Mm-hmm.
So and at the end, when it comes right down to it, you can't just pass this. He turned and tried to grab the man's gun before he got shot. So there's not going to be a good ending to this any way you shape. I mean, the man's going to probably lose his house. His family's going to suffer. But listen, those two women had to go through that mess to go to that court to testify for their neighbor, and they had that mess outside. They had to go through all these protesters and these men of God, as they claim, to get there to testify for this young man. It's important because we all have to be educated on this, because it might happen to be our neighborhood. Things ain't going to get better in this country with the situation we got going on right now in the government. And we get this thing with Biden selling oil to China. This is a side note. I've always understood that the oil comes up on the market. My grandson's in the business, and the drilling rigs and then the fracking crews, both of them. But what I understand is the oil comes up and it comes up on the market, and in Wall Street they bid on it. So I don't know how Biden could be bringing oil up from our reserve and selling it directly to Asia, unless it was legitimately on the market and up in Wall Street, or the futures, the guys in the three-piece suits from China bid on it and had the highest bid, and that's why that oil's going there. So there's more of a story there that needs to be said.
Yeah, I mean, I concur. That was a story from the American Thinker. Now, and then I forget the name of the guy that actually shared that, but yeah, he's going on what the oil investment firm notes, showing where the oil was going. But yes, it sounds like the whole story hasn't come out. It doesn't make total sense to me.
And I want to praise our president, okay? At least if the man does something good, you might as well praise our president. I mean, face it, he crop dusted the British Royals. So, here. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. How about it?
It's not crop dusting, it's crap dusting. He was crap dusting. Oh, my. So, okay, clear lines once again at 844-844-3388. Looking at a story from here, right out of my home city of Cincinnati, Ohio. It's first I've heard about it, but I guess just published a few hours ago. According to the Cincinnati Enquirer, it's got to do with the whole issue of diesel fuel. City services are at risk due to a slowdown in the supply chain that provides the city of Cincinnati with diesel fuel. The city manager published a memo this week alerting the mayor and council members to the issue, Services impacted include Cincinnati Fire Department emergency response vehicles, water and sewer repair and maintenance services, snow removal vehicles, garbage collection vehicles, and machinery for essential road repairs. The city's emergency diesel reserve is 25% below normal levels. Traditionally, the reserve is enough to provide a month of essential services. But that time frame, according to the memo, does not account for services needed in the event of snow or flooding. So all city departments are being asked to take the following steps to conserve the diesel fuel supply in the city. Immediately upon receipt of the memo, the use of diesel fuel related to any parks and recreation functions must be discontinued unless it impacts health and safety. Stop all non-essential travel in vehicles that use diesel fuel. And consolidate crews in fewer vehicles or utilize non-diesel vehicles for any essential transport. Now, the city's diesel fuel comes from a multi-state distribution network, they explain. Over the last 2 weeks, according to the memo, major disruptions in that network have created supply shocks in Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana. Per the memo, 2 Ohio refineries simultaneously decided to perform preventative maintenance, causing them to slow or stop production. Now, while preventative maintenance is a routine occurrence, typically performed on a yearly or bi-yearly basis, to have concurrent shutdowns are really unprecedented, and they were not expected. They also cite an industry-wide labor shortage that has exacerbated supply chain pressure, impacting the cost of fuel. Tom Balzer is the president and CEO of the Ohio Trucking Association, which represents more than 800 trucking companies. It tells the Enquirer that it is a very precarious situation right now. Now, he said he's read social media accounts of fuel shortages in parts of Ohio and some truck stops even limiting fuel purchases to 60 or 80 gallons. Now, that might sound like a lot to you and me, but for a truck driver, that's nothing. I haven't seen evidence of widespread fuel shortages from the shutdowns, but at least not yet. But he contended the larger issue could be a shortage of tanker drivers who deliver diesel fuel from the refineries to the retail fueling stations. It looks like the diesel industry, they're feeling the same issues as everyone else. We have a shortage of drivers and high demand for product. If you can't get the tanker moving, you're not going to be able to deliver the fuel. The anticipation is that production will resume to normal by the end of the year, but they're also continuing to search for some alternative distribution options, according to the memo there. All right, we've got 10 before the hour. Lines are wide open. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Lori Glory. Morning, Steve, and all. 36 degrees in South Buffalo this morning. Feels like 30. Little wind chill. What a huge difference from yesterday at this time. It was 60 degrees. Yeah, I'm in the same boat there. Hanging at 34 outside the secret bunker at this hour. Jason chimed in. Has anyone heard the 3G ELDs are going to sunset at the end of the year? Landstar said 3G units will not work on January 1 of 2022. Yeah, we've touched on that a couple of times, so for those who may have missed it, let me kind of share it once again. I don't know how many drivers or companies out there have these older 3G units, but yes, starting next year, it differs from one carrier to the next. Yeah, some starting much earlier than others, but they're going to end the 3G networks. That means right now is the time for you to make sure your electronic logging device is not a 3G, and it will remain compliant. The FMCSA has been reaching out to truckers to make sure they're prepared when your carrier starts ditching the 3G. It will start as early as February, not January 1, but February will be the first carrier, which would be AT&T, actually, to eliminate the 3G. Shutting down the 3G networks to make room for the more advanced networks, the 5G. As a result, many older cell phones and other mobile devices will be unable to use data services. Once a 3G network is no longer supported, it's highly unlikely that any ELDs that rely on that network will be able to meet the minimum requirements established by the technical specifications for an ELD, including recording all required data elements and transferring ELD output files. John Bendel outlined the problem several months ago in the August-September edition of Landline magazine. It kind of explains the technology and what the transition to a faster network would mean for truckers and other mobile users, but again, depending on who your provider is, according to the FMCSA, this is the schedule, which of course could be subject to change. But right now, AT&T eliminates 3D service February 22nd. Sprint, T-Mobile, March 31st. You've got Sprint LTE, T-Mobile, June the 30th. T-Mobile as a whole, T-Mobile, July the 1st, and Verizon will actually continue their 3G service pretty much through the year of 2022. Finally, shuttering the 3G service on December 31st of next year. So depending on who your carrier is, again, while these are projected dates for complete shutdowns, mobile carriers are planning to retire parts of their network sooner. The sunset dates are subject to change, and you need to contact your mobile carrier for the latest up-to-date information. Now, if you have carriers like Boost or Cricket or Straight Talk, they all use AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile networks. So they'll all be, if you've got if Boost, if they're using the AT&T as their provider, then February 22nd, that's going to disappear, all right? So you're up to speed. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning to the Scarecrow. Hey there.
Good casual Friday to you there, Steve. The 22 degrees at the home 20, and we departed from the Wisconsin West Coast there. I think any chance of seeing that eclipse tonight, I'm going to have to poke my head out from under the fuel island canopy, although I'm seeing some wispy clouds starting to move in on the east here now. Hey, you try to impress the princess there with your program recap. When you're typing in the Ash Witch, you really better be careful about not a misstroke of one key their way.
Yeah, right.
You might really be impressing her there. Now, not that I would ever consider doing that, but just fuel for thought there,
Yeah.
And on the side note, in Wisconsin, we got our deer opener coming up Saturday. Bone Jaggle, this will be his second year at it. If I get a chance, I'll send you a couple of shots from him last year. That parking issue you'd started the program out with there, that's going on for some time now. It's going to go on forever. It's not going to change. We can directly tie that 14-hour clock into that. And that is something that's never brought up anymore. You've got huge number of drivers these days that are forced to take their breaks at the same time now. They can't be spread out. So everybody's heading for the truck stops or pickle parks, anywhere they can find a place to park at the same time. So we can throw how many more truck stops in the mix and rest areas, but I just don't see you're going to hardly make a dent in what is actually truly needed. But yeah, that's a contributing factor that nobody in the upper echelon are ever going to touch. Let's see, on the lighter side, Horse Feathers, he was pretty modest tonight. He didn't bring up he had the big screen debut here this evening. That, let's see, what is that show? Inside Edition there it comes on.
Oh, yeah?
The tail end of the show had I had an individual laying back in a recliner, and one of them ponies like he raises there comes running across the room and leaps up onto that chair and makes himself to home. He calls himself a lap dog, a 150-pound lap dog. No, I've never met Horse Feathers, so I don't know what he likes. Maybe on the next cruise that comes around, maybe that opportunity will be there. But so either way, yeah, he's pretty bashful about that.
How about that?
Steve, you know that Gilligan and I, we've been negotiating a little bit over a project that he's considering taking on for us. Now, I'll recap what's taken place, because there's quite a few out there that probably are going to wonder what the hell this guy is talking about. My better half, she ordered a dining room set back in late May. And like so many things, they take forever to deliver. The delivery date gets pushed back and back. So now it's probably looking towards Christmas. Well, the manufacturer, Ashley Furniture, they're not but about 25 miles from us, but they import a lot of components from overseas. So we're speculating some of those components are floating off the California coast.
Right.
Now Gilligan, he resurrected the SS Minnow here a little while back. He found himself a case of duct tape, and he got her patched up pretty decent. And that's kind of what kindled our thoughts on maybe he could help us out here a little bit. And Steve last week, did he say something about he's actually expanded the fleet? Do you remember that?
He alluded to that, yes.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like he might actually have more than one of them there cruisers. So, and when I mentioned that to the bride, she just did a backflip, leaped up. We haven't seen her jump that high since that skunk crawled underneath the lawn chair with their campsite a few years back. But so anyway, she had all but cut the check for him. She signed her name, is going to send a blank check, his way, and I said, wait a minute. This is the season of giving. That's very impersonal, just sending that check like that. So Steve, I told her, doggone, we got all these squid coins laying around here, buckets and buckets of them. And so what we're going to do, Steve, we're going to, and paying attention here now, Gilligan, we're going to be sending you one of them buckets of them there squid coins. Now, Steve, since you're kind of the broker in this, you're the middleman. Now, you'll be entitled to your cut. And given that, he gave us that particular rate, what was it, $19.95 or whatever. But there'll no doubt be a fuel surcharge tax on there too. But either way, once that squid coin, hits a couple thousand again, you'll both be sitting in high oats then.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a good deal to this point.
Yeah, anyway. How rich am I going to get on this deal?
Well, let's think about this now. The value right now of them coins is pittance, but like say when it recoils back up to $2,000 a chip or whatever, you'll be buying that station from Chris, and Chris will be working for you. What do you think?
All right, yeah. It's typically I end up coming up on the short end of the stick, if you know what I mean. But all right, thank you, Scarecrow. Thank you so much, Shay. We got to get our news update here as we close out hour number 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. Think what you could do with that. But if you join right now, MediShare is waiving their new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. And MediShare is really different. It's a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. More than 400,000 people are members, and they've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So yes, they can handle your bills too. This may be the time to make the switch. Join before November 30th for the additional savings. It's so easy to find out more. They're great to talk to. In fact, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Forecasters are continuing to track the potential for a storm to impact Americans hitting the roads and skiers to beat the Thanksgiving travel rush next Wednesday. The biggest impact from the gathering storm will be strong winds, but heavy snow and drenching rains are also in the forecast. Meteorologists say a winter storm is expected over the Midwest this weekend. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour are anticipated along some of the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes. A New York judge has granted exonerations for 2 men wrongfully convicted of killing civil rights leader Malcolm X in 1965. The exonerations of Muhammad Aziz and Khalil Islam were issued after Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance Jr. filed a motion seeking to vacate the convictions. Both men served 20 years in prison and were released in the mid-1980s. Aziz said the exonerations couldn't erase the decades of his life that were lost. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
More details are being revealed about the Astroworld concert tragedy in Houston.
Officials believe there may have been 12,000 unticketed attendees at a deadly Southeast Texas music festival. The general manager of NRG Park telling Harris County Sports and Convention Cooperation Board members on Wednesday almost 38,000 tickets were scanned for Astroworld. However, Houston firefighters have estimated 50,000 were at the Travis Scott-backed festival earlier this month. 10 people ended up dying and dozens more were hurt when fans pushed toward the stage during the rapper's performance. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Biden hosted Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador at the White House for the first North American summit in 5 years. The leaders were all physically present at the White House as they individually met with Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to discuss a range of issues such as trade and COVID-19. Speaking alongside Trudeau, Biden described the partnership as one of the easiest relationships you can have as an American president and one of the best. Speaking with Obrador, Biden said he viewed the United States and Mexico as equals, while Obrador praised Biden's plans to provide citizenship for more than 11 million undocumented migrants living in the United States. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, as typically the case oftentimes is in Washington, D.C., they just like to, well, if you want to fix it, you just throw money at it. It's the way you fix everything, right? Just throw more money at it. In this case, trucking related, a group of more than 60 lawmakers from both political parties are calling for trucking school grants from the Labor Department. But OOIDA said, hey, that's an investment that's not going to pay off. The group of lawmakers submitted a letter to the Department of Labor Secretary earlier this week, Wednesday, as a matter of fact, urging her to prioritize Department of Labor workforce innovation and opportunity. They called it WIOA grants, specifically for applicants looking to become truck drivers. However, Todd Spencer, president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, said, well, this plan is nothing more than corporate welfare. It's not going to bring about the changes that they're looking to see in the industry. What they are proposing here is using tax dollars to provide training to people that realistically will not pursue this as a career. It's going to be something that they'll try. Many will burn out. Now, he was actually on Market Watch. If you're going to use tax dollars, somebody else's money, to make an investment in somebody, you want it to be an investment that pays off in the long term. This simply will not. To use words others might, this is little more than corporate welfare. Reiterating their point that there's not actually a shortage of those qualified to drive trucks, only a shortage of those who are willing to actually do it. When they say there's a shortage, you have to ignore basic math. Every year in this country, states license over 400,000 people to drive big trucks. So whether they say there's a shortage of 60,000 or 80,000 or whatever, over 400,000 is a lot of people. Where do they all go? Well, most of them clearly do not stick with the occupation that they just got licensed for. That makes sense. Yeah, so 400,000 get the license. Yeah, what is the percentage? Yeah, those that, they'll go, whether it's going through one of the truck company driving schools, free education, free CDL, whatever, you're going to pay it back in the cost of working for slave wages for the first year or two, and that in turn is where so many of them end up leaving the industry. They've got to address the retention of those that they've already licensed. But meanwhile, let's get back to your calls here. Friday morning coming on. Happy Friday, Pappy.
Hello, Steve. What's happening? Man, daggone clouds started rolling in.
I noticed that. Yeah, it's getting
clear.
It was clear earlier, and I mean the last couple of hours. Yeah, the clouds have been rolling in. They're getting pretty thick.
Well, we'll see what happens right around 3:30. Maybe they'll work their way out of here. Huh? Hey, man, I failed to mention something last night when we were talking about Biden's little chit chat with China, that 4-hour chat he had. Steve, he didn't ask one question, not one question about the Wuhan lab.
Mm-hmm.
Not one.
Wonder why.
I mean, yeah, what's that tell you, Steve? And Steve, I've mentioned it several times in the last few weeks, but FBI is out of control, man. Justice Department. They got to shut these parents up, Steve. I don't know. There was something, I think I don't know if I heard it on Bongino or Kennedy or something, but the FBI, they found out, has tagged some parents that been in these board meetings, raising a little stink about what they're teaching their children. So, United States Attorney General was telling a little fib up there on Capitol Hill, wasn't he? Steve, we know for decades these socialists has taken over our colleges. I mean, it's a fact. We all know it.
Yep.
Now they're going for the K through 12 grade, Steve. They need to shut anybody up that gets in their way. They're indoctrinating these children on becoming dependent on the government. When you fail to teach these kids the critical skills they need in life, to succeed, and they're not doing it. Instead, they're teaching them how to feel, how to assess their mental health, all these timeouts, whether or not they're oppressed or are they the oppressors, worried about what kind of social injustice is happening in our world. asking them if they're really boys or girls.
Yes, that's I
if you're
shared
not
that
sure,
the
we'll
other
help
morning.
you
I
out
mean,
with that.
this whole transgender thing that, just because it says on your birth certificate you're a boy, you may not be a boy. It's
Absolute madness. So, when they're teaching this in our schools, Steve, and they're getting away from the basic, man, the reading, writing, arithmetic, science, business, history, U.S., world history, that dumbs them down, and as a result, when they get out of school, they're not going to have the skills they need, and they're going to be dependent on government. That's just my thoughts, kind of way I was seeing things. And man, did you hear the FBI raided? There was some county in Colorado. Remember the old the pillow guy?
Lindell, yeah.
Remember? Yeah, remember that symposium he had over the summer?
Sure.
Well, there was a couple county officials, clerks, 4 of them. The FBI did simultaneous raids on their houses, on their residence. Went in and took computers, cell phones, and all this. And one of the ladies, I guess, was finding a lot of fraud and corruption, in the election. And supposedly she had something on the machines, that she had some records of machines before they were turned over to somebody and were tampered with or something. But anyway, Steve, the point is the FBI, is going in and raiding there. And I don't know what they were looking for, what kind of charges they were even trying to find on these people. The Michael O'Keefe thing, the Project Veritas.
Yes. Yep.
When they went in and raided his house with the Biden's daughter's diary, right? The whole reason for that is he was suing the New York Times for defamation. Funny, when the FBI goes in and raids his house, few minutes after the raid, the New York Times is blogging about it or posting about it on their site. Not only that, Steve, I heard this. I think it was Bongino brought this up, that the FBI gave the New York Times some evidence that they recovered from his house. The New York Times wrote an article about specifically some of the evidence that was taken out. Now, is the FBI in cahoots with the New York Times?
Right. Well, I guess they're complicit
because of this lawsuit.
They're leaking information, right? There's. I think I had that. There's several Republican lawmakers that are wanting more information about that raid at Project Veritas.
Man, out of control, off the hook. Hopefully, we take this country back, man. We're going to have to make some changes there. All about turning the people against each other, Steve. Mass shaming, vaccine shaming people. Steve, I heard this over in Europe, that they are literally, the children over there in school that are not vaccinated, they're putting a stamp on their, like making them wear this tag on their uniforms or on their shirt or blouse or whatever. Not vaccinated.
Wow. That kind of reminiscent of a little yellow star.
Yeah. Yeah. Where have we seen that before, Steve? Unbelievable. But man, that's all I wanted to say about the school things, man. You're seeing more and more parents pulling kids out of school and doing the homeschool thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what happens with these clouds here in about an hour.
It should be, I guess it should be about the point where the moon just begins to start encroaching, the shadow begins encroaching on the moon. They said a little after 2. So we'll check that out here in a few minutes. Yeah, the Project Veritas thing, though, I've got the latest on that. We'll break that down for you. Several Republicans in the House are big-time questions. The FBI performs a raid, and the New York Times publishes a story about it like 1 hour after the raid. Now, this was based on some grand jury evidence. Well, that's supposed to be non-public. It's supposed to be secret to begin with. Yeah, who's divvying out this information? All right, quick time out, though. Back in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So as Pappy said, this FBI raid, Project Veritas, was part of an ongoing investigation into how Ashley Biden, President Biden's daughter, had her diaries stolen and made public roughly 1 week before the 2020 presidential election. In a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland, you've got Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, James Comer of Kentucky, Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, who said the search warrant was apparently part of a grand jury investigation and should have been non-public, even though the New York Times published a story on the raid within an hour when it happened. The court's order in the Times publishing of non-public Project Veritas information raises questions about whether any department employee leaked or contributed to the leak of any non-public information as part of this investigation. The department and the FBI must not be used for political purposes to target the administration's political rivals. Unfortunately, as you've failed to live up to your promises on other important matters facing the department, including by mobilizing federal law enforcement to silence concerned parents at school board meetings, We question whether the department's actions in this matter are consistent with your commitment. The FBI raiding the Project Veritas founder, James O'Keefe's home, and those of his associates back on November the 6th. Now, Jim Jordan and Comer and Johnson are ranking members of the House Judiciary Committee, the House Oversight Committee, and the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, respectively. Those three in that order. So, questions being asked, and and meanwhile, they're scouring through the likes of O'Keefe's cell phone. And who knows what kind of information he may have had on there, what they're trying to uncover. All right, back to the calls we go here. What's going on there? Horse Feathers, hey there.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor.
Well,
hello?
What's going on? Happy Friday. Yes, sir.
There you are. Yeah, thanks for taking me back. I don't know. Let's see. I guess Scarecrow tried to rattle my cage. I missed that big worldly news information station there, Inside Edition there, so I didn't get to see the Great Dane jumping on the owner's lap there. But that does happen, and we do have 160 pounds worth of Great Dane that will do that. So watch out if you come sit down on my couch, because you never know what you have on your lap. Comes up there kind of incognito, kind of under the radar, and just next thing you know is up on top of you. But hey, a couple things there. Is there any way we can do away with this news we got going on here at the top and the bottom of the hour? I'm starting not liking to hearing what I'm hearing on it. Did you hear that? Did you catch the deal there that our fearless president there is going to have 11 million new voters here pretty quick?
Yeah, I guess Mexico's president is very pleased that Biden's looking to give them citizenship. Isn't that something?
Yeah, there's 11 million new voters for us. Yeehaw. Isn't that wonderful? And I guess what, Justin Trudeau there, he must have put his snowshoes on there and come down from the Great White North, and he was visiting too, and he was talking with both our fearless president and our illustrious vice president. Now, do you think our vice president was talking to him in her French
all right, yeah,
language speaking skills? Because Trudeau there, he's from Quebec, and I'm sure he's very well versed in French. I think he sung their national anthem there. The "O Canada" thing in French. So I was just wondering if Kamala was conversing with him in French there. I would have liked to seen how that conversation went over. Anyways, there the deal about Amazing Grace there that Knucklebuster there was asking about earlier there. That was that Julius Jones case there. The person that was on death row that got the last minute.
Right.
What do you call that there?
Yeah, the last minute pardon or whatever.
He got it. Was able to not get the needle there at the last minute. He claims that his best friend was the one that did the crime and planted the weapon for him to be found with. Now, can you imagine with friends like that? Who needs enemies, Your Honor?
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, if your best friend is gonna do the crime and then plant the gun to get you a lifetime commitment with the death penalty charge, that's just a wonderful friend to have. Anyways, I don't know. As I say, the world's not going crazy now. We're to insane. But I don't know. What was the one other thing I had here? I don't know. Can't make out what I made and scratch notes on the windshield with a grease pencil there. But anyways, I don't know. We had one other thing here. It's kind of a sad story. I don't know if you caught it or not. I don't know how far it made it in the news system. But we had an officer there, and I don't remember if he was a Baltimore City or a Baltimore County officer. But he'd been fired from his position, and he decided to abduct his two young children from his ex-wife and took off with another officer that was suspended from the department and a female officer. And it's been a 3-day manhunt to try to find him and his 2 abducted children. And unfortunately, yesterday they did come across a vehicle that contained the bodies of him, his 2 children, and that other suspended officer. So I don't know if there was a love triangle involved or what the whole deal was, but sad ending that the 2 children were involved in the whole situation as well. So I don't know, just the whole world's upside down and crazy, insane, and I don't know. Maybe maybe it's not climate change that's happening. Maybe there's a higher power that's just not happy with the way things are progressing on Earth. Maybe I don't know. Do you think maybe Gilligan's got the right idea? Maybe we need a little bigger boat than he has, though, because I'm thinking we're going to have 2 of everything on the boat. What do you think, Your Honor? You think there's a possibility of the rains coming and maybe the water getting a little deep again? Maybe Moose is right. Maybe we're getting ready for the big last circular flow around the bowl.
Well, that would be more likely. I think he made a promise after that flood that he would not do it again. Right. All right. Hey, Captain Ron, I believe. You know what? You're probably right. For our friend early that was calling about not being able to hear the podcast on Tuesday, Uncle Cooter. I think that Uncle Cooter, right? You're right. I had forgot about that, Captain Ron, when I took off Monday night into Tuesday morning this week, and they replayed a previous episode. I think they played the Chris Gabrelchik interview from back on the 12th, I do believe. So that's why there wouldn't have been an episode there on your Google podcast for Tuesday. You got it. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The House is nearing a vote on President Biden's nearly $2 trillion social spending plan. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the bill will help working families. If it passes the House, it will then go to the Senate, where she says big changes could be made.
The Senate will act its will on it, but whatever it is, it will still be transformative and historic.
The bill doesn't have any support from House Republicans. The jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha, Wisconsin is continuing. The teenager is accused of shooting 3 people and killing 2 of them during police protests last year. Earlier in the day, the judge banned a news network from the courtroom. A man who claimed to be an MSNBC producer was stopped by police the night before after he was allegedly following the jury bus. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and high or low profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, it is Friday, by the way, right? Hey, Friday, 19th day of November. Hey, it's time for some Dumbass of the Week nominees. Thank you, Brain Dead. And I guess, long story short, if you come across a Rent a Hitman website, yes, Rent a Hitman. Got somebody you don't like, you want to take them out, there's a good possibility that may be a fictitious site. It could be even law enforcement, right? A Michigan woman could spend up to 9 years in prison for trying to get her ex-husband killed. 52-year-old Wendy Wine of South Rockford used a fake website called Rent a Hitman to try and solicit the murder of her husband. Now, she used a pseudonym but entered real information at the end of the service request. However, the Rent a Hitman domain was actually created as a cybersecurity test site. The website's owner contacted Michigan State Police, who then contacted her posing as someone from the website. Undercover detective actually met up with her at a cafe where she said she wanted to have her ex-husband murdered. She gave him his home address, work scheduled, said she would pay $5,000 for the murder. A second meeting that same day, she then gave the detective $200 as a down payment. Now charged with solicitation of murder and using a computer to commit a crime, pleading guilty to both charges. Her plea agreement has a cap of 108 months in prison. She will be sentenced January the 13th of next year. Well, enjoy that last Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's Eve before going to the slammer, right? Yeah, a couple of dumbass nominees here. Two people who police say tried to steal a furnace from a vacant home in Winnipeg had to be rescued after accidentally causing a gas leak and passing out. Officers responded to a report of a break-and-enter at a home about 5:30 on a Saturday afternoon. Residents had reported an odor of natural gas, which could be smelled outside. Officers who responded noticed the strong smell coming from the house and spotted two unresponsive people inside. Police ultimately went in and rescued both adults who had been overcome by the noxious gas fumes. Once outside, the pair, a man and woman, both in their 40s, regained consciousness. They were assessed and treated by the paramedic service. Later detained and then later released without charges. Police say they believe the two had broken into the empty house and were looking to steal the furnace when the gas feed became dislodged and caused the leak. Well, okay, I guess they're lucky to be alive, right? Meanwhile, got a Friday, back to your calls. What's going on, Vic?
Oh, not a lot. Well, all I can say is that woman, when she goes to prison, she'll meet a higher quality of professional criminals. That won't be some sort of a sting operation. But really, I heard Chevy guy talking about that oil thing that with the United States going to sell oil to China, and I thought that was. They were trying to get, Biden was trying to get all these other countries to release oil from their strategic reserves to try to pressure OPEC to produce more oil. Because in the United States, it's illegal for us to sell just the crude oil to anybody else. It has to be a refined product. And I was trying to figure out exactly what they were doing. I tried to get on the internet. And the only thing I seen from Reuters was that Biden, as a person who's lived on the government dole and probably doesn't really understand economics all that well, has forgotten it if he ever has. The only thing OPEC will do is after these different countries would release their strategic reserves, they'll just cut back their output. Then once the countries have lowered their strategic reserves, OPEC knows that they'll have to buy oil back from them, and then OPEC will raise the price on them or the OPEC plus. So, but by and large, the big problem, and we've talked about this, is here in the United States, we went from oil independence and actually selling refined products around the world. We're back to oil dependence because of all this climate change and everything else. And, during the climate change conference they had, that COP26, I guess that was the 26th meeting they had, I think it was 1 or 2 days ago, that New Delhi, India, literally had to shut down because the air quality was so bad. It was like a thermal inversion, that the air was actually poisonous. And of course, they burn a lot of coal. You were talking about all the problems that they could be having here in the United States, and like there in Cincinnati. My first thought was, well, I guess Hot Shot Secret could be selling a lot of additives to increase the performance of all those different vehicles. If Hot Shot Secret can get a hold of the base materials to produce their products. I don't know if you've talked to Chris any about that, or if that's creating them a problem or not. But anyway, that was what I was talking. I was trying to figure out how Biden was going to get around the deal that to sell crude oil to China, and why we'd want to sell oil to China when we're having problems in the United States. I mean, even if it wasn't supposed to be banned, that just doesn't make good sense. If we're going to be having problems in this country with, getting enough oil to meet everything, why would you want to sell to a foreign country? And, that was a big deal in Alaska and the North Slope in Japan way back in the 70s. But I was just kind of curious exactly, what he was talking about, if if Biden actually believes he can sell the crude oil to another country, and especially one of our big foes.
Yeah,
and
right.
And listening to Pappy talking about things, talking about how they're indoctrinating and everything. I grew up during the time period when China and Russia were both indoctrinating everybody. And the church that my parents went to, and I did too, since I was just a young lad, they had a whole series of programs that Billy Graham Evangelistic Association had put together on the communism and indoctrination, because his wife's parents were missionaries in China whenever the communists took over. I don't know if they still have that in their archives or not, but from what I remember of it, and I'm looking at all this stuff now, it's like, well, I remember as a kid seeing, a film that they had made about this and that, and children turning in their parents for not, adhering to whatever the communist decree was. And it's really frightening to see something like that happening. And then Chevy guy talking about these neighborhoods and ministers. Anybody growing up in the 60s would remember the block busting, to where that they'd try to get a non-white person on a neighborhood, and once they got one person in, everybody start selling their houses, and a lot of people sold the houses pretty cheaply. And then these concerned social activists, they turned around and sold the prices sold the houses at an inflated price to people that were not white, and said, how would you like to move to a white neighborhood? And then a few years later, they looked around and said, oh, well, this really isn't a white neighborhood anymore. And so now the new move is like colonization, and you can look this up, to where many times there's a lot of crimes. It becomes a high crime neighborhood to get people to move out, basically. And that there's a lot of things that are going on. So when they were talking about those people down there in Georgia, which I don't know why they decided to take the law in their hands, because that never works out good, but they did. And so it would be interesting to see what was happening there with that white neighborhood. If it was a white neighborhood, and they try to basically move in to cause problems. They're not the highest quality people, because there are a lot of high quality non-white people that make good neighbors and everything else. But unfortunately, it seems like you always wind up getting the criminal element in there. And last but not least, you were talking about this deal of training truck drivers. Gee, have we never tried that before? That Elena Chow, whenever she was over at the Department of Labor, I don't know how many grants she gave out to trucking companies when they deregulated trucking. They started all these logistics companies, and you were mentioning the retention rate.
Yep.
I think it's around 10%. They figure that most of them, once they get their year completed, they're going to be gone. And I'm pretty sure that within 5 years, they feel like they've done a good job if 1 out of 10 is still in the trucking industry. And so, I don't, I can't even believe that people would say, hey, let's try this. Why don't you study how it happened the first time you tried it?
So it's kind of like a history repeating itself, right? They've been there, done that, and it didn't work before.
Yeah, but again, when you get in this government mode of thinking, if you were in a corporation, that's the first thing somebody would bring up is, hey, been there, done that. Let's study what went wrong, and there's plenty of, OIDA, they've led the charge on this for as long as I can remember. And there were other people also that, why are they having a trouble, causing, retaining truck drivers? As a matter of fact, that was one of the reasons that after a 14-year hiatus that I decided I'd go through the whole thing on the trucking industry and see what was going on, because when I went through high school, I went on to college, but I had a few friends that, school was a struggle for them. It really was. And they got out and got in the trucking industry, driving their own trucks. That's back when a chauffeur's license could get you, trucking. And lo and behold, they wound up actually doing pretty decent. It just clicked with them. And then the next thing I know, whenever all these plants and everything were shutting down over here, and they were outsourcing, everything overseas. So a lot of people were losing their factory jobs. And the big thing was, we'll train them to be truck drivers. So anyway, I was just thinking about a Lakota Sioux friend that I had when he was talking about how they trained all the Indians to be mechanics, truck drivers, or barbers. And he said, we don't work on vehicles when they go bad. We just, junk them and go get another one. Indians don't really have that much hair, and they don't cut their hair. And as far as truck driving, we're really not that interested in being truck drivers. I know Ben Nighthorse Campbell, he was a truck driver that became a senator and then went on. But anyhow, anyway, the thing of it was a lot of people were essentially forced into truck driving because they had lost their jobs. And those people, they didn't stay around very long at all. After a while, it's like, hey, I can go flip hamburgers at McDonald's.
And make as much as, yep. And we got to get a quick time out here. We return into Friday morning. Good to have you with us, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better. For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass. And the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Indeed it is. On a full moon morning, which doesn't really look quite full at this hour, as it gradually disappears. Now, when all is said and done, 97% of the moon will be in the shadow of the earth in about an hour from now. So, meanwhile, back to the calls. And let's see, somebody just checking in. Who we got on the line?
We got Dingbat.
Hello, Dingbat. What's going on?
That's a butthead in back Mr. Memphis.
So what's been going on this week, Dingbat? Anything special out there?
Well, I got some people on board, if you know what I mean. I got some specimen people. You know what I mean?
What kind of people? I'm sorry.
I got sperm on me. I got people on me.
Oh boy!
To that tonight. Yeah. Braindad called last night about the rapper that got killed yesterday. Believe it or not, I went to high school with him.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
The fact that wow.
So you knew the guy from I guess was he a good kid when he was in school? Because supposedly I did a little more reading after Braindead called, and apparently he kind of lived a bit of the thug life in his early years, and that's what a lot of his rap music was about, the drug culture and the guns and all that stuff. But supposedly he was trying to improve his ways, I guess, with his career in music.
Yes. I was a sophomore in high school, and he was just about to be a senior. So it kind of hit hard on me because I saw him like once in a class here and there. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I
heard you did the Dumbass of the Week.
We did a couple of them there. I got several I still have to get to. Yes, indeed.
It was make sure did you get them. So I was like, I'll call in for you because he just got on the dock. Just want to check in.
Well, all right. Well, hey, thank you for checking in this morning. Be safe out there. And tell Braindead got the dumbass nominees. And thank you very much. And have a great weekend. There you go. That'll close out another hour as we roll up on that midnight hour on the West Coast. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. Think what you could do with that. But if you join right now, MediShare is waiving their new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. And MediShare is really different. It's a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. More than 400,000 people are members, and they've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So, yes, they can handle your bills too. This may be the time to make the switch. Join before November 30th for the additional savings. It's so easy to find out more. They're great to talk to. In fact, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Forecasters are continuing to track the potential for a storm to impact Americans hitting the roads and skiers to beat the Thanksgiving travel rush next Wednesday. The biggest impact from the gathering storm will be strong winds, but heavy snow and drenching rains are also in the forecast. Meteorologists say a winter storm is expected over the Midwest this weekend. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour are anticipated along some of the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes. A New York judge has granted exonerations for 2 men wrongfully convicted of killing civil rights leader Malcolm X in 1965. The exonerations of Muhammad Aziz and Khalil Islam were issued after Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance Jr. filed a motion seeking to vacate the convictions. Both men served 20 years in prison and were released in the mid-1980s. Aziz said the exonerations couldn't erase the decades of his life that were lost. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
More details are being revealed about the Astroworld concert tragedy in Houston.
Officials believe there may have been 12,000 unticketed attendees at a deadly Southeast Texas music festival. The general manager of NRG Park telling Harris County Sports and Convention Cooperation Board members on Wednesday almost 38,000 tickets were scanned for Astroworld. However, Houston firefighters have estimated 50,000 were at the Travis Scott-backed festival earlier this month. 10 people ended up dying and dozens more were hurt when fans pushed toward the stage during the rapper's performance. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Biden hosted Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador at the White House for the first North American summit in 5 years. The leaders were all physically present at the White House as they individually met with Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to discuss a range of issues such as trade and COVID-19. Speaking alongside Trudeau, Biden described the partnership as one of the easiest relationships you can have as an American president and one of the best. Speaking with Obrador, Biden said he viewed the United States and Mexico as equals, while Obrador praised Biden's plans to provide citizenship for more than 11 million undocumented migrants living in the United States. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What the heck? I mean, in California, it's not uncommon to see people taking a dump anywhere, is it? It's San Francisco, right? Yeah, when you gotta hire teams to have a full-time job cleaning up the poop in the streets, you know there's a problem, right? There we go. Here's another dumbass nominee Dateline, Los Angeles, California, where a DoorDash driver was caught on surveillance video using the residential building's lobby as a toilet. after dropping off an order. The building manager of the Brentwood apartment building was contacted by a resident saying there was feces all over the lobby of the 19-unit building. When the building manager checked the surveillance cameras, she was shocked to see a DoorDash delivery driver using a trash can in her building's lobby to take a dump. What I saw, I could not unsee. I was flabbergasted at what I saw, says Lisa Stanley, who was the DoorDash customer for the delivery, as a matter of fact. She let it go. You know what they say, when you gotta go, and boy, did she ever. You're 4 steps away from outside where there's a bush, there's a car, I don't know, but not in the lobby of the apartment building. Now, this is a health issue. You have a human being taking a dump in the middle of her job in the lobby of an apartment building, then resuming her job, which is delivering and touching food. When she contacted DoorDash support through the app to alert them of what happened, the company did send a response saying in part, "Thank you for your patience. I hope you're doing well. We do not condone this type of action and are currently investigating this with the information you have provided." DoorDash official went on to say that the driver associated with her delivery is no longer able to deliver with DoorDash, but details of investigations are kept private. The company refunded her order and added an additional $20 credit to her account. And they also refunded the tip that the Dasher got. After Stanley posted a video of the incident on Twitter, DoorDash replied by saying, "Hello, Lisa, we cannot apologize enough for this happening. The actions of the Dasher were completely uncalled for. Allow us to make sure we get this addressed. Send over a DM with your email and phone number so we can make this situation right." Stanley said that she had the driver asked if she would have let her use her bathroom. And she added that the bushes outside the building, there's bushes there if the emergency called for that sort of an action, but all right, there you go. Classic dumbass nominee. Meanwhile, let's head on down to Florida. I can't believe we haven't had a Florida man or a Florida woman yet this morning in our DA nominees. There's got to be one there somewhere.
Now, there's some of them down here, buddy. You know, you see them. They'll come out every now and then. So, we're out here in the rain today out down here. Won't be able to see that lunar eclipse. You guys going to be able to see it up there in Cincinnati?
I stepped out. I mean, there is quite a bit of cloud. The moon's bright enough to be kind of shining through it. It's more than halfway gone at this point.
Yeah, we're going to have the rain moving out of here probably late morning. So, but it's raining pretty good down here right now.
Oh.
So, but did I hear earlier somebody talking about Biden going to sell oil to China?
Well, there was a report that I had shared from the American Thinker, and it was, according to documents, apparently from some energy like researcher, analyst, or whatever, saying that there have been several sales from the SBR to China. Now, I don't know how you corroborate or verify the information, whatever, but I think there are those looking in to get to the bottom of what's going on there.
That's not cool, selling our stuff back to China. Maybe that's why he wants to go electric, so we can just sell all our stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
We'll go all electric, and then we'll just sell everything to everybody else. So, it's a mess. It's a mess and a half. So, but everything's the status quo down here, dude. Everything's going to plan. So, our governor signed in. Did you see the vax legislation he signed in there yesterday?
I did catch the headline from DeSantis. Yeah, what is that? That you cannot require masks in certain situations or whatever. The mask, is that what it is?
Yeah, he's going to start finding companies that have these anti-vax things. and they're talking like up to $50,000 a person about it. You basically got to give somebody it's their choice. It's not a company's decision whether you have it or not.
Okay.
And that's what he signed. They actually had an emergency legislation meeting with all the legislators up in Florida, the Senate and the House, and they did that in one day. And that was Republicans and Democrats that signed that. It wasn't just, Republicans. That was Republicans and Democrats that agreed upon those, what he signed yesterday. So it just goes to show you, it goes across party lines. It ain't no one or the other, you know what I mean? So we'll see how this plays out with the feds, I don't know. Could something like this go to the Supreme Court there, Steve?
I believe, ultimately, yeah. I mean, the ruling that came from that 5th district there in the South or whatever, I think that was Louisiana, that was upheld or whatever, and yes, they're saying it's ultimately going to go all the way to the Supreme Court. And that's on the national thing about 100 employees or more, all those companies being required to get vaccinations.
Yeah, I can just imagine. I mean, if you think about it, like Disney, at one point we had 72,000 people working for us. Now, I know our numbers are probably below that now because of pandemic, but that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
I know it. Well, in our department right now, the people that aren't vaxxed, I don't know about the testing. They haven't said anything about the testing, but they have to wear masks and they have to wear safety glasses when they're working at all times. And that's what they're doing right now for us. Everybody else, they changed our mask regulations as far as being backstage because they know that everybody's supposed to be vaccinated backstage. But as far as being on stage with guests, we got to wear masks still if we're in a building or in a vehicle.
Wow.
So and that's just our rules. Yeah. If you're back taking your break, you don't have to have your mask on. But if you're around any guests, because you don't know if they're vaccinated or not, that's the way the company's philosophy is about it. You don't know if they're vaccinated or not, then you have to have your mask on in a situation. Now, outside, we don't have to have the masks on outside. Outside, if we're on an open platform and we're loading people onto a train, we don't have to have masks on because it's open. But if we're in an enclosed area, we have to.
Mask
and that's pretty much the general rule. I think that's the way it's going amongst all the theme parks. I think all the theme parks down here are running the same thing pretty much. I know SeaWorld is a little bit more laxed on it than anybody else. From what I understand, they're actually letting people in closed buildings and everything. You don't need a mask. That's what SeaWorld's doing.
How about the story about Disney getting into sports betting? I saw a headline about, I guess they're going to be using ESPN or something because they own that or whatever, and going to dabble into betting on sporting events. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch that one, but it doesn't surprise me, Steve. It doesn't surprise me. Disney's just like any other big company. I mean, like Walmart or any of them. They're going to find a way to make money. They're going to find a way to make money. And that's just the way it is. I mean, the big thing with Disney right now, and if you noticed, did you notice the stock was down again yesterday?
No, I don't pay much attention to the stock. No, yeah, but what was there something negative that hit them? Or?
Well, last Wednesday, they had their investors meeting, quarterly investors meeting, and they had that last, Wednesday to tell, what the company's done, where it's going, all that kind of stuff. And they had that on Wednesday, and it started to fall Wednesday. And then Thursday, it fell 8%. We lost 8% on stock price Thursday. And then yesterday it was down, I want to say like 1 or 2%, not much. But it's falling, and it's because of Disney Plus. The projections for Disney Plus are not where they want them to be.
Yeah.
And the company, as the parks go, we didn't make as much as they wanted to make. I guess when they have these investor meetings and whatnot, they say, well, we're going to project it to make this amount of money. Well, if it's below that amount of money, then the stock will tend to plummet. And that's what happened with them. So they're still trying to get things together. I mean, they're figuring out any solution right now to keep the money coming in for the company, and the investors are not confident right now. And the stock is it's going down. I mean, it ain't as low as it was pandemic-wide. Pandemic, you could have got Disney stock for like $90. I think right now it's about 150 around in there is what it is. So it might be lower than that. But yeah, there have been a lot of people selling off Disney stock here lately, and it's all because of Disney Plus. The content that there is on Disney Plus is nothing like you can get on Netflix, and that's the problem that they're running into right now. Is Netflix has a lot more broader type of product than Disney does, and I think one of the big things with Disney is they don't have enough content on there that all of the Disney content. You know what I mean, Steve? So we'll see how it plays out. So that's all I got to say, bud. You have a good one.
All right. Thank you much. Have a good morning. Yeah, I'm looking at I pulled that up here from the Hollywood Reporter. Walt Disney Company is taking a gamble on sports betting. The entertainment giant, notoriously conservative when it comes to protecting the brand, will use ESPN as its entry point into a fast-growing sector. Given our reach and our scale, we have the potential to partner with third parties in this space in a very meaningful way, according to the Disney CEO during the earnings call here about 10 days ago. The decision to pursue a multi-billion-dollar betting deal is something of a strategic pivot for the company, which for years said that the only role sports betting had at ESPN was as one more piece of their television programming. It was May of 2018 when the U.S. Supreme Court paved the way for legalized sports betting here in the U.S. A day later, speaking to reporters in a hallway in New York's theater after the channel's upfront presentation, ESPN's president, who was just 2 months into the job at the time, sounded kind of skeptical of an active role by the company in that line of business. But he said it was kind of interesting, but only when it came to gambling-focused programming or segments on their shows. So I guess 2.5 years later, and a new CEO later, the company has changed course. We believe sports betting is a very significant opportunity for the company. Now, while Disney isn't following in the footsteps of Fox Corporation, which has its own betting platform, Fox Bet, they are holding talks apparently with a handful of betting operators about a partnership, according to numerous sources familiar with the matter. Disney does own a stake in DraftKings that they acquired from Fox. BetMGM, Caesars, and DraftKings all seen as the front runners. But with so many players in the space, there's always the possibility there could be a wild card out there. But they say, according to a Moody's analyst, it is an opportunity that a lot of companies are looking into. They're kind of spying on this. How can we make some money? Now, they also highlighted some critical challenges for the Mouse House, calling it a tricky plan for Disney. Because, they've got this squeaky clean family image, right? Sports betting, but it's more and more widely accepted, right? Gambling, sport bets, With that, we get a quick timeout. Back in 2 here on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it on a Friday. Let's get back to the calls here. And I believe that's Lester checking in. What do you say, Lester? Happy Friday.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, this is Buster. Sorry about that.
Buster.
All
right, there you go. What's going on, Buster?
Hey, Stephen, my daddy's first name was Lester, so that's a great compliment.
Right.
Steve, we heard that Knuckle Buster was going to take an extended time off and not going to be calling in. And us, it was from the old days with WLW and all. Our great callers like Philip and Ranger. I hope he reconsiders every so often. He gets an excuse from Mom, Buster Custer, to call in and give us his take of the condition of our world,
Mm-hmm.
I was outside in Nashville here just getting gas, and the moon's looking really sharp tonight with the cliffs.
Yeah, it should be, about 3/4 of the way gone, maybe a little more by now. I'll get to step out there in a few minutes, take a gander.
By the way, you was off the other night. Was it? I didn't understand if it was your mother, which I finally found out, but I thought maybe also your kitty cat might have some issues.
No, it was my mother's kitty cat that we had to take her to have it put down. And yeah, she had that cat for 18 years. And obviously she was very attached and she was pretty emotionally tore up. And so the wife and I just spent the night with her. Did try to offer a little bit of comfort and help her out and whatnot. Plus, she's hobbling around. She broke her leg here about 2-3 weeks ago. So she's been on a walker. And we've been spending the weekends over there trying to help her with everything. But she's getting better one day at a time.
I got my UPS customers got cats and dogs. They pass away. And I've been on my route for about 33 years out of my 37. And I grow attached to them, too, and kind of help them out when they're have a death of a critter down at University of Tennessee. They have a grieving where you can go and take classes as you mourn over the loss of your pet. That's pretty cool. Well, Steve, have a good Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you for checking in there, Buster. Be safe out there. And if we don't talk to you before, you do the same. Have a great Thanksgiving. I wanted to flip over to a couple of other important industry headlines. Thousands of John Deere employees went back to work yesterday, if you hadn't heard, after being on strike for over a month. The day before, Wednesday, 61% of the United Auto Workers voted to ratify that third contract presented by Deere and Company. Union workers say 5 weeks on the picket line was not as easy as it looked. having to stand out in the cold, the rain, or the snow. Some say they're glad they stuck it out. For what they ultimately call a fair contract, we made all the difference, they say. What made the difference was the community support. One says, it made me proud to be a union member with all the support we had, all the businesses in the Quad Cities. Everyone was willing to help. A lot of people just went out and kind of honked their horns. Some just stopped by and said, hey, we support you guys. It was really great. Over 250 local businesses offered some help to the UAW workers on strike, plus a GoFundMe raised about $150,000 for union members, providing a food pantry for those who couldn't afford to stay on just strike pay, which is a measly $275 a week. Yeah. One guy with Local 865 was one of the union members who set up a food bank at the Grace Bible Fellowship for the members. Said he was able to save up for the strike, which he said was a big help. But what he enjoyed, though, was helping others who were less fortunate. Made me feel good to be helping out others struggling during the strike. But he said he voted in favor of the contract because he was ready to make money again. And he believed that's the reason many others did accept the final offer there. While 39% rejected the third contract, it's expected everyone to report back to their facilities. Yeah, it'll be an adjustment. Some morale's going to be good, some not so good, but those are things you just can't avoid. Most of it's going to be good, getting back to work. There's a job security. Yeah, that's what we tried at the food pantry, having that security and making sure everyone was supported. But that food pantry reportedly helped 2,000 families that were struggling through the strike. The leftover donated food remains at the church's food pantry, available to anyone who needs it, they tell us. All right, about a minute before news update. Well, here we are. Hey, we're less than a week from Thanksgiving, right? There's a well-known Idaho truck stop that will once again be showing appreciation for truck drivers who can't be home for the Thanksgiving holiday, offering a free turkey dinner and more. And next Thursday, the Boise Stage Stop in Boise, Idaho, will once again be treating truckers with a valid CDL to a free turkey dinner. Just to say thanks and celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday, drivers will also have an opportunity to win prizes during the driver appreciation event. Yeah, the free turkey dinner's become kind of a tradition at the Boise Stage Stop for more than 15 years. I saw some of the photos there. It looks like a pretty cool place. Tearing a page out of the old Wild Wild West, right? Got that Wild West kind of look. And with that, all right, Monty. It's been a while since we've heard from Monty. According to what I'm seeing on the screen, September the 12th, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to check in, talk about the entry-level driver training program coming up here following our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The jury in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha, Wisconsin is still continuing. The Illinois teenager is accused of shooting 3 people and killing 2 of them during police protests in Kenosha after a shooting last year. Earlier in the day, the judge banned a news network from the courtroom.
I have instructed that no one from MSNBC News will be permitted in this building for the duration of this trial.
Judge Bruce Schroeder, a man who claimed to be an MSNBC producer, was stopped by police the night before after he was allegedly following the jury bus. NBC News says the employee was a freelancer who wasn't following the jury. Outside Atlanta, the defense has rested in the trial of 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery, the black man who was shot and killed while out jogging last year. Closing arguments are expected to begin on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And good morning to some of our other listening friends checking in via the YouTube and Facebook page. Overnight Drive Radio, by the way. Hello, Gary, Lori Glory. I think we saw Lori Glory earlier. Matthew, hey, we made it to another Friday, Steve. Have a great weekend. Thanks to everyone that tuned in. You got it. And, of course, our buddy Rick Friend there joins us from Columbus, Ohio. Said, hope your back's feeling better. Yeah, a little bit better. It's not as bad as it was last night, for sure, but just having to be very ginger. Take it easy. Don't bend over, those kind of things, so. All right, so let's see. Morning, 15 degrees, Thomas says here in I-90, St. Charles, Minnesota, 15. Wow, that is a cold night. Let's see. I think somebody said, is Pappy up there looking at the moon? I imagine he is. I just stepped outside, and I'd say it looks like it's about at its peak right now. I mean, there's just the smallest sliver of the moon left there. They said it's supposed to be like 97% gone. You can't really see any orangish or reddish kind of color to it because we've got those high clouds. You can kind of see the moon through the clouds, but we're not going to get to see the pretty colors and all that. Hello to Shorty. Yeah, Shorty checked in there. He said he called in as a first-time caller. We had Chris on a week or so ago. He said that night Chris was on was great. I learned a lot more about the product. I used my first-time caller code and ordered $200 worth of products. Then I did another order for first-time ordering. There you go. The governor of Florida made sure he stuck it to Biden by signing the bill in Brandon, Florida. Was that intentional? Let's go, Brandon. Yes, indeed. I didn't realize that. That's funny. Did he really do that, like, intentionally? All right. Hello to Monty. It's been a while. What's been happening, Monty?
Hey, not a whole lot there, Steve. I didn't realize it had been quite that long, but any rate, wasn't actually, there really hasn't been a whole lot going on, legislation-wise until just recently. We have the infrastructure bill, if you want to kind of call it that, because there's we know there's not a whole lot in there that's actual infrastructure, but any rate, we got that was passed, and one of the negative things in that bill there, before I get to this entry-level driver training thing there, was because it's not something that's really well publicized, but we had talked about this, I think, before some of the stuff when I was on your show, that MCSAP, which is your Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program, basically your random roadside inspections, that type of stuff. There's over $2.6 billion in that bill for 5 years. Their actual funding for MCSAP is double the budget for FMCSA. Let that one sink in for a minute. But we had the board meeting this fall. Mira Joshi was out there at the wasn't out there, but virtually, her and Jack Van Steenberg, I think he's one of the chief safety guys or something for FMCSA. But he was lamenting the fact that their budget is only like $280-something million a year, and said they haven't actually had an increase in that for quite some time. I would imagine they probably got something out of this bill. I never heard a number tossed around out there or anything. So. But on this entry level driver training, it's kind of one of those things where for the longest time, Steve, there's been too many. Kind of been like the Wild Wild West show out there. You get the carriers had their own schools, and you had the guy goes through the 6-week course or whatever, or 8-week, whatever they are. It's not a whole lot, but. But at any rate, then they get out there and they're driving, and then here before, and somebody goes through that, then they ride with somebody else that may or may not have much experience themselves. And so you basically got rookies training rookies. And that's part of the thing is that this bill aims to address is that, even though it was kind of watered down for some of the things that, because one of our guys on the board was actually on this driver training committee representing industry, and I think there was a couple other guys. I think it might have been, I want to say Werner, or somebody else had one on there. But at any rate, because we actually look to have some actual behind the wheel type training time or something, and so many hours, and I think it got watered down to something, if there's even a minimum in there now. But it was just basically an attempt to try to get some sort of standardization in here to where, it couldn't be the wild, wild west. Is it a perfect bill? Certainly not. Joe De Lorenzo was out at the Guilty by Association truck show that I was able to attend out there in Joplin. Because one of the faults with this bill, Steve, is that smaller companies, and we actually have, I think, one of our members there that they have a small fleet of trucks, and they always kind of like to train their own guys. And so I don't, there should have been a carve out for those guys. And I'm not, and I forget where the cutoff was on how many trucks or whatever, how many he could do. But I think there's actually some strings attached to that you have to show that you have, like certified, or that you're actually qualified to train somebody. So it's kind of like everything else, that we have to, I don't say have to, but where government kind of gets involved to try to fix something. And inevitably, there's always something that they overstep, the fix or whatever, or didn't leave, a carve out in there for like these small companies like that to continue training. So and it's basically like I said, because I kind of get in on the tail end of the one guy talking about the training and stuff and everything. So I didn't know exactly what all he had covered on it or talked about, but. I mean, I know for the longest time, like he said, OIDA's been trying to get this for quite a while to get some sort of standardization in there to where it at least has some parameters and guidelines in here of what somebody that's going to train somebody else needs to have, So, because that when you look at a lot of the big companies and stuff, unfortunately, their crash rates are a lot higher than companies that don't have the turnover and that type of stuff. So, looking to try to fix some of that stuff there, I guess. I wanted to, if I could, I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about Mira Joshi being on the at the board meeting virtually. She's a nice lady, super nice lady. Obviously, her background is in the New York Cab or Taxi Association or whatever. So that's not exactly a trucking background.
Right.
She does have the ideas, just like so many of the rest of them. And the part of the problem is with political appointees, and, we've seen this down through remember when Ann Farrow was there, and then Scott Darling came in afterwards. But the problem is, and Jack Van Steenberg actually, because we've been, some of the stuff, I mean, he's been coming out there to the meetings for probably close to 10 years. And some of the guys around the table in the boardroom were talking about, hey, well, what about, this situation here that, we've been talking about for quite some time. And he kind of shrugged his shoulders and threw his hands up. He said, yeah, I know where you guys are coming from. Kind of like there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. So I think until the culture, if it could ever be changed, at FMCSA has changed from one of enforcement to actually advocating for the industry. Because, Steve, when you look at the FAA, the Federal Railway Administration, all these other organizations, they actually advocate for the industries they represent. And unfortunately, FMCSA kind of looks at things. I'm not saying it's as hard and fast as it used to be, but they still kind of look at things from just an enforcement prospect instead of an educational. I mean, you probably remember maybe guys have called in over the years that talked about how when they got stopped and the DOT guy says, hey, you need an extra chain on that, and they'd say, get a chain on that and get on down the road or whatever. Well, now it's kind of like, well, I'm going to have to write you up on your CSA. It's just a warning, but it dings your safety record, and it's at the end of the day, it just kind of harbors or kind of fosters a adversarial, what I want to say, adversarial, attitude between, the trucking community and enforcement. So, but I think she's got, Joshi is obviously, she's new. She said she wants to get down to the heart of the matter as far as like drivers being detained or having to wait a long time to get loaded, that type of stuff. How far that'll actually go. Cause I mean, every one of those guys, and to me, I thought Ray Martinez was probably the best that we've had in recent memory, as far as any of the FMCSA administrators. He come in there at a really contentious time. He was down at Matt's there with, and guys were basically shouting at the guy, over the ELD mandate. And I'm sitting there and thinking, this guy says he wants to try to help us, and you're bitching the guy out because of something he had nothing to do with. He just got there, So, but we'll kind of have to see, I guess, how it plays out. Whether she's able to follow through on the things that she wants to. She talked about the fact that they want to get the data from the ELDs that, the carriers have. She said, hopefully those people will share that. I brought up to her, I said, well, listen, I said, I understand. I mean, that's a good thing. But I said, that in reality, I said, the carriers that were on ELDs, some were on there probably 8 or 9, maybe 10 years before the mandate ever come in. That data was readily available a long time ago, even before the mandate come in. These big carriers, they could have shared that data if they'd have wanted to, because, and I remember Steve Williams from Maverick, saying after the mandate come in, hey, we're going to be able to fix all the transportation inefficiencies now in the supply chain because we're going to know where they're at. Well, he kind of knew where they were at before that. A little bit disingenuous, I think, on his part. So just kind of makes you shake your head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, I mean, any idea why is it that the FMCSA, I mean, the policing arm of the trucking industry, how is it they constantly or pretty continuously nominate people to lead, and they have virtually no trucking experience whatsoever? Wouldn't it make sense to get someone that knows a bit about trucking in there to lead?
Well, you'd think it would for sure. And that's like I said, that's one of the things that really makes us shake our head. I mean, when you look back at, Scott Darling, he was a lawyer for the Boston Transit Authority. I don't remember exactly what Ann Farrell, if she came out of any trucking experience or whatever or not, I don't recall. But it's like I said, it's like all these people here. Ray, I feel what Ray did, but I don't think none of these people had trucking experience.
Right.
And unfortunately, a lot of political appointees, it's maybe not necessarily about their experience prior to. It's maybe, how well did they help to get guy elected or whatever that.
Yeah,
in the campaign trenches.
Example, Exhibit A. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg as DOT secretary. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know, Mayor of South Bend.
Yep.
Well, you remember the guy who was DOT secretary, and I can't think of his name, but he was from Charlotte, North Carolina. It was under President Obama. And I don't remember the guy's name for some reason. Rodney Slater's coming to mind. I don't think that's the guy. That wasn't him. But his claim to fame was he was on the Charlotte City Council and was instrumental in helping the city of Charlotte get the what's that train that's the thing at Cincinnati's got down there. It runs around in a circle.
Right.
That silly that was his claim to fame. He helped Charlotte get that, get the money to get their rail thing in down there. So it's sadly, Steve, that there's. I think that you'd like to have somebody in there that would have the experience to kind of, they walk the walk and talk the talk type situation. You know, and any of these posts or whatever it would be. I mean, well, you look at some of the Secretary of Defenses we've had. You know, most of those guys, you know, came out of military. Not all of them. You know, we had Mattis, and you got the guy up there now at Austin or whatever. But that's kind of nice to have that. You would think, like I said, you'd want to have someone that has that background to kind of like say know a little bit what they're talking about. So it gives a little bit more credibility, I think. Like I said, I give the lady credit for you know, she's wanting to put her best foot forward here and try to look into things and dig into stuff. How well it's going to work out, because like I said, I mean, I'm gonna give you an example. Ann Farrell, when she was there, got up there as FMCSA administrator, and there was a guy that was by the last name of Quaid, and I forget his first name, but he and I kind of went round and around at one of the listening sessions at either Matt's or at the bus show there at Louisville. But at any rate, she wanted to fire him, and he told her, he said, "I was here before you got here, and I'll be here after you leave." And he was. And so that's the kind of attitude that we have, because how his name really came to prominence for truckers was when they, you remember when they tied our medical card to our driver's license, so then guys would go into the license office to get their medical card certified with their license, and I think something was wrong, like a system or something was down. And he was very flippant about it. We brought it to his attention. He said, well, you know, just have the guy take a selfie, you know, while he's there at the license bureau. And you know, of course, if you go into any license bureau, they've got signs up, please do not use your cell phone while you're here. You know, that type of stuff. And it was just like, he could really care less the fact that a regulation we were trying to comply with, but we couldn't because the system wasn't working at the time. So that's kind of where we're at. So, if I could, one other thing here, I hopefully covered the prayers of you and your listeners and stuff. One of my guys has been in the hospital for he's going on 5 weeks now with COVID, and his wife is trying to get them to give him like ivermectin and hydroxy and stuff that.
Yeah.
Apparently they won't do it. I don't know how a hospital can refuse to do that. It just breaks my heart. And Tommy's such a hardworking guy. I can't believe that he's been on a ventilator for a while now. So I don't know. I hope and pray the guy's going to make it. Yeah.
That's
not
good. I mean, most
Steve,
of those.
I'll try not to be.
Yeah, I mean, most of those regimens,
Yeah,
on all those various alternative or treatment regimens, you know, that you need to start those things within the first few days of showing any symptoms. Even that, I mean, Pfizer's got a pill coming out. I think there's another. I think Merck has a pill coming out, and they all say you need to get on this within the first 5 days. You know, this whole mentality of leaving people, you know, sending them home, and then if things get worse, come back to the hospital. You know, they battle it out, and then 2 weeks later, where they could have been taking all these things and probably getting better, then they end up in the hospital and they end up on a ventilator, and it's too little too late. I don't get it. And yet, as far as the right to choose, I could swear Donald Trump signed that legislation that if there are experimental drugs and whatnot, you as an individual have the right to choose if you'd like to try some of those. How they can refuse to give them to you, I don't know. It's beyond me. But 5 before the hour. Good to hear from you, Monty. And I know you said you'll try not to be a stranger for such a lengthy amount of time. But thank you so much for the update. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, maybe we actually got an answer to the question. The question being, is the clown in the White House and this administration actually intentionally trying to get the fuel prices up? Because it forces people to, first of all, drive less. It forces you to look at maybe alternative vehicles. Maybe you'll purchase a hybrid, or maybe you'll take the plunge and purchase an all-electric vehicle. Are they trying to push us down that path? Well, Jen Psaki pretty much just came out and said it this past day, or actually earlier this week. On the Rubin Report Wednesday, Dave Rubin shared a clip of Jen Psaki arguing that high gas prices are actually beneficial because they'll force us to increase our investment in renewable energy. So we're not relying on the fluctuations in OPEC. And I quote, "Look, our view is that the rise in gas prices over the longer term makes an even stronger case for doubling down our investment and our focus on clean energy options, so we're not relying on the fluctuations in OPEC and their willingness to put more supply and meet the demands in the market." I mean, right there at the press briefing. Now, Dave says, it's so dangerous. What she just said right there. What she said is, as gas prices rise, we're going to have to do more of all the stuff that they've been trying to push down our throats with this Build Back Better. This administration is completely ignoring the struggling families being crushed by inflation, climbing oil prices, in favor of their green new dystopia agenda. Wouldn't you do everything you could to make gas as expensive as possible? Wouldn't you do everything you could to destroy the economy? If you're really saying we have to build back better, well, we have to completely change things, he said. This is what they're saying. They're telling us what an opportunity there is after COVID to really look at how we do everything in America and fundamentally change things. So yes, she said it. It is intentional. It is by design. And final hour just ahead. Rambler got you coming up. We'll get to the C&I dog. Otherwise, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. Think what you could do with that. But if you join right now, MediShare is waiving their new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. And MediShare is really different. It's a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. More than 400,000 people are members, and they've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So, yes, they can handle your bills too. This may be the time to make the switch. Join before November 30th for the additional savings. It's so easy to find out more. They're great to talk to. In fact, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Forecasters are continuing to track the potential for a storm to impact Americans hitting the roads and skiers to beat the Thanksgiving travel rush next Wednesday. The biggest impact from the gathering storm will be strong winds, but heavy snow and drenching rains are also in the forecast. Meteorologists say a winter storm is expected over the Midwest this weekend. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour are anticipated along some of the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes. A New York judge has granted exonerations for 2 men wrongfully convicted of killing civil rights leader Malcolm X in 1965. The exonerations of Muhammad Aziz and Khalil Islam were issued after Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance Jr. filed a motion seeking to vacate the convictions. Both men served 20 years in prison and were released in the mid-1980s. Aziz said the exonerations couldn't erase the decades of his life that were lost. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
More details are being revealed about the Astroworld concert tragedy in Houston.
Officials believe there may have been 12,000 unticketed attendees at a deadly Southeast Texas music festival. The general manager of NRG Park telling Harris County Sports and Convention Cooperation Board members on Wednesday almost 38,000 tickets were scanned for Astroworld. However, Houston firefighters have estimated 50,000 were at the Travis Scott-backed festival earlier this month. 10 people ended up dying and dozens more were hurt when fans pushed toward the stage during the rapper's performance. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Biden hosted Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador at the White House for the first North American summit in 5 years. The leaders were all physically present at the White House as they individually met with Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to discuss a range of issues such as trade and COVID-19. Speaking alongside Trudeau, Biden described the partnership as one of the easiest relationships you can have as an American president and one of the best. Speaking with Obrador, Biden said he viewed the United States and Mexico as equals, while Obrador praised Biden's plans to provide citizenship for more than 11 million undocumented migrants living in the United States. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, so lo and behold, stepped outside the secret bunker, and hey, we got a break in the clouds right in time to pretty much see the peak of the eclipse. And yes, the moon is kind of I guess you'd call it a rusty orange kind of color. Not really a blood red moon, but definitely the orange. You see just that smallest sliver. I guess at this point you start going through the process of watching the moon gradually come back over the next hour and a half to be the full moon that's setting low on the horizon by that point in time. Meanwhile, Mother Nature, she will serve us up, well, not necessarily just what the doctor ordered, but it will be a cornucopia of weather elements across the country in the days leading up to Thanksgiving here. A bit of snow, rain showers, even some thunderstorms. For some, dry, tranquil weather will be on the menu. Yeah, now that the borders are open and some of the health and safety guidelines are in place, travel is once again big on the list. According to AAA, air travel going to be up 80% this year compared to last year. But with some of the disruptive weather that is in the offing, we're undoubtedly going to be seeing numerous delays, probably some cancellations, the ripple effects that will be spiraling across the nation. Travel on some of our major interstates, long stretches of I-80, 81, 90, and 95. As a large, slow-moving storm is going to hit the region first half of next week, Thanksgiving week, no less. Winds, going to be a big concern across the region, gusting to 40 miles per hour from New York City to Boston. A much broader area from the Great Lakes to the Midwest. They're talking 30 to 50 mile per hour winds, sometimes gusting to 70 miles per hour. Again, with that slow-moving storm. Some of the cities, let's see, west to northwest winds, gusting frequently to 30 to 50. Minneapolis, Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, as far south as Cincinnati. Even some locally higher gusts approaching 70 miles per hour along some of the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes, as well as the mountains of West Virginia. That all gets underway on Monday. So when you get gusts of 70 miles per hour, those get to be disruptive winds for sure, damaging winds. Probably going to be talking about some trees down, power outages. Oh, boy. Well, that'll be something we'll be covering for certain when we come back in here to get the new week started, Sunday night into Monday morning. Yes, I will be here for a short work week. Yes, indeed, I do get Thanksgiving and Friday off next week. So what we're lining up is a cornucopia of Chris for your Thanksgiving Day. Going to be running a number of the previously aired interviews with the CEO of Hot Shot Secret, the one and only Chris Gabrelchik. So there you go. Well, that means I'll get to help put the turkey in the oven and whip up the mashed potatoes. Yeah, I'm the mashed potatoes guy. And I got a little secret cooking tip from Knucklebuster last week. I think I'm going to try that. All right, about 11 past the hour. Back to the phones we go. Hello to Rambler. How we been?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. Steve, we have been wonderful. Been listening to you every night. Just hadn't called in and trying to give other people a chance to call in. But praise God, glad to be back on with you. And hello to Martha Cat Mom Jet, Buckwheat, Fly Rod, Gilligan, and a whole host of others. Knuckle Dragger. I mean Knuckle Buster and Monkey Spanker. Monkey Gouger and so many other people. And great to be on with you, Steve. How have you been, brother?
Doing well. Thank you very much. Well, aside from pulling my back a couple of days, night before last, but I'm getting better.
We're at that age, Steve. You and I both. That sciatic nerve starts acting up, and I find myself just paying the $30 copay going to the chiropractor. That seems to help, and of course, 800 milligram prescription streak ibuprofen helps too.
Mm-hmm.
I take that also. Oh yeah, shout out to Eskimo Mom, and glad she's listening also. Steve, I called because, and I'm glad you mentioned you're going to be on with us. I'm going to be working too Monday and Tuesday. I was supposed to be on vacation all week long, but we're kind of shorthanded at O'Reilly, so I told them I'd drive Monday and Tuesday and help them out. But I'm glad you're going to be on. For a short work week. That means a lot to a lot of people. This Sunday, the Lord's given me such a great message, and you want to hear it, just find it at Determined Ministries Church. That's Determined Ministries Church on Facebook. We go live, Steve, at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. This time of year, Steve, is hard for a lot of people because, you go in the Bible and you read in 2 Chronicles chapter 18, verses 20 through 22, you read about a lying spirit, and you go to Job chapter 1, you read where the devil, I heard you mention Jen Psaki, she ain't nothing but a redheaded devil. Someone actually told me they thought she was hot. I'm like, good Lord, you have a bad taste in women if you think that thing's hot. But anyway, the devil has to go up. He still has access to heaven. He has to get up there and present himself to the Lord on certain occasions. And, these familiar spirits, demonic entities, are able to go up there with him. And you read in 2 Chronicles chapter 18, verses 20 through 22, where a lying spirit, which is a demonic entity, presented himself to God and said, okay, send me down there. I'll put a lying spirit in their mouth. If there's a lying spirit, there's also a spirit of depression. And you read what the doctors would tell you, depression is a chemical imbalance in the brain. We know that. But also there is a spirit of depression, and it really hits people really hard this time of year. I think about our concrete cousins and our asphalt brothers and sisters out there, as Jerry Reed used to call them, and being shut up the cab of the truck, not being able to get home for Thanksgiving, and some of them not being home for Christmas. It's really hard. And then you have other people that have lost family members, loved ones, friends, and, what's supposed to be a joyous time of the year, it really hits them hard. And I just want us to send out my prayers and my warm wishes and just let you know that you can overcome that spirit of depression. And that's what it is. It is a spirit. You got to remember, in John chapter 10, verse 10, it says, the thief comes to rob, kill, and to destroy. That's what the devil wants to do. He wants to steal your joy. You got to remember, during this time of year, during Thanksgiving, during Christmas, what's the number one thing we celebrate Christmas for? We celebrate Christmas for the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thanksgiving, a time where family can get together. Don't let Satan come in and steal your joy. Think back to the good times. Think back to the wonderful times. Dirty Diapers when he was with us. Some nights, some days he would stay out during Christmas time just so we could find that one person and sit down at a truck stop with them and witness to them about Jesus. Or that one waitress who couldn't get off. And, give them that, that option. Tell me 3 things God couldn't do. That was part of his ministry. But I want to encourage you, don't let the devil steal, rob, kill your joy this holiday or Christmas season. And we want you to come be a part of us, like I said, this Sunday night, Determined Ministries Church Facebook page, and listen. Don't let Steve be by himself. When you get done with me, go over there to Overnight Drive and listen to Steve. He gets lonely on Sunday nights. Just people calling. And Steve, I'm sorry, I always fall asleep on you, brother. I'll admit it right here. I try to stay awake. I try to stay awake, but I can never fight it, man. I sit there and I just fall asleep, and I feel bad because I want to call you. But anyways, I'll get off here. But before I do, I want to let everyone know. And this is something I take really, really seriously. And I want you to take it seriously too, Mr. and Mrs. Truck Driver, and anyone else who's listening. A lot of people haven't been told by somebody that they're loved. And that's bad. It really is. I want you to hear it from me. That old Brother Rambler, Brother Perry McDaniel, loves you. And love is just not a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, and I can love you, and I do. And I love you. Be safe. I hope you can find somewhere to park. Get you a Thanksgiving meal at that Stagecoach out there in Boise. It's been 17 years since I've been there. But it is a great restaurant. I've been there a couple of times. Like I said, find you a Petro, find you a Denny's, get with another driver, get with your family, have a great, happy Thanksgiving. Steve, take care, brother. Go see a chiropractor about that back. It'll help you, man. And I'll talk to you later,
All right,
my friend.
yeah, I've done it a time or two. I mean, I know it's a muscle issue. It's in some cases you'll throw a vertebrae out of whack or whatever. This was it's a muscle grab, strained muscle. So, like I said, it's almost like a semi-annual thing. I do it once, twice a year, and it's always just the simplest things. It's not like I'm trying to help lift a piano or something or moving furniture. This time was just putting on my blasted blue jeans, bending, trying to lift the leg, and boom. Hey, we get 19 past the hour, though. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So one thing we do know definitively is there has been discussion about possibly tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try, so they say, to bring prices down. Now, this is not real encouraging from oilprice.com. And a story from actually Bloomberg, believe it or not. Bloomberg is out with a surprisingly objective article. Surprising, they say, because it goes against the very green ideology espoused by both the media company's billionaire owner and the Biden administration. But the article is entitled, Biden's Remedy for High Gas Prices. Blame Oil Companies, which pretty much echoes what has been being said. Does not address the elephant in the room, namely that Biden is, of course, scapegoating someone for his failures. The solution remains just one, some form of SPR release or a volume exchange. Well, there's one problem. At this point, a Strategic Petroleum Reserve release has already been fully priced into the barrel price for oil. As Goldman Sachs commodity strategist explains, while such a release would provide a short-term fix to a structural deficit, it is already priced in. We saw a $6 per barrel move lower in recent weeks with the discussions. We have already priced in the expectation of a release of more than 100 million barrels into OECD stocks. And worst of all, it would not help slow the supply response globally. In fact, if such a release is confirmed and manages to keep prices depressed in the context of low trading activity into the end of this year, the unintended consequences is it will create clear upside risks to the prices going into 2022. Oh no. Now there's an excerpt from his note, which we urge all those who write Biden's daily agenda and speeches to please read before you commit another inflationary disaster. He says the White House consideration of an SPR release has already pushed Brent crude down by $4 per barrel in recent weeks, with the potential participation of China being discussed, likely behind the latest additional $2 per barrel sell-off yesterday, which was on Wednesday, technically. On Goldman's pricing model, the $6 per barrel move lower since late October is already pricing the release of well over 100 million barrels into DM stocks. All right, ironically, this is well beyond what's likely to be announced. Reports suggesting a 30 million barrel release and a similar aggregate amount from other countries. So, as a result, such a potential announcement is pretty much already priced in, he says, with low trading liquidity into the year end and likely the only reason for any additional price downside from here. As we have argued since August of 2020, higher prices are justified by strong demand from recovery in the face of a slow supply response. The slow supply response has itself three root causes. that only higher prices can overcome. Number one, the damage to investors caused by oil producers' capital destruction over the last 7 years, now compounded by ESG allocation inefficiencies. Number two, the demand uncertainties of COVID, China, and energy transition. And number three, in the case of OPEC, their slow production increase. It's their rational response as they want to see the price per barrel higher. Oil is finally returning to levels that balance their fiscal budgets. Yes, Saudi Arabia would just as soon us be paying $200 a barrel. 90% of Saudi Arabia's income in that country, the government runs, is 90% of it is solely on oil sales. They have no desire to bring our prices down, right? Actions to lower oil prices in the short term would delay the required global supply response. He explains from a central bank perspective, this would be akin to not raising rates in the face of inflation, which pretty much the Fed is doing. They did in 1965, or conversely, actually hiking rates in the face of a recession, kind of like they did in 2008. So as a result, if a release is confirmed and keeps oil prices below the bank's fourth quarter 21 $85 per barrel forecast, that will introduce clear upside risk to the bank's 2022 price forecast. This, in fact, suggests OPEC may consider halting their production hikes so they can offset the impact of SPR releases. And I wouldn't put it past them to do that. So we're going to release oil. China releases some oil. OPEC says, well, you know what? We're not going to increase that $4 million or 4 million barrels per day next month that we were going to do. Now, it's not a likely thing, given admittedly China's potential participation in a strategic release. But first, an investor payback for poor returns. The oil upstream sector, especially shale, where they overinvested back in 2014 through 2019. That now has investors wary of investing in the shale sector again. We've been burnt before. We don't want to be burnt again. All right, second problem, demand uncertainty. In the short run, this uncertainty is due to the still present COVID risk. Measures to contain wave after wave around the world continues to systematically weigh on mobility. The increasingly more important source of uncertainty is the path of decarbonization. Well, there you go. We just came out of the COP26. The focus on shifting away from hydrocarbons. All right, this uncertainty is increasingly regulatory, with what's still unclear about the rules in the U.S. in terms of drilling, emissions, taxation. Nobody wants to invest. And lastly, OPEC. They still have spare capacity, but they're only ramping up any additional production very slowly. They could do more, but there's two reasons for a slow response. First of all, half their members can't meet their quotas, given their own underinvestment. Second, the slow supply response of shale producers has brought them back their pricing power. See, there was a time here just a few short years ago where we could pretty much flip the bird to OPEC. You know what? We don't need you anymore. We had become energy independent in this country, a net exporter. And that was because of all the shale that we were drilling and pulling out of the ground here in the United States. It's not there anymore. OPEC is back in charge, and there's nothing more than they love than being in charge. We have to go to them on our hands and knees, begging for more, right? With that, we'll get a news break, back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hundreds of pastors showed up outside the Georgia courthouse where the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery was held. They gathered in response to efforts by the defense to keep black ministers out of the courtroom. Reverend Al Sharpton.
We represent a God that'll make a way out of no way, and no lawyer can lock us out.
The defense has now rested its case. The trial is in recess until Monday. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has commuted the death sentence of Julius Jones just hours before he was scheduled to be executed. A crowd outside the prison broke out in song. Jones's sister Antoinette spoke about the call she had with her brother.
It's a blessing to be able to hear his voice and to know that he will still be alive.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Guard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, lastly on the oil price, I went a bit further down into the story from oilprice.com there. And I think this kind of confirms the story we had earlier, actually, sharing the whole. Have we been releasing oil from the SPR and selling it? And anytime you do that, technically it's a loan. When you release oil from the strategic reserve, somebody buys it, then they have to put it back, give it back at some point in the future. Now he says, here we go. The political nature of this release may lessen the sustainability of the bearish price impact. For example, structured as a loan, barrels would need to be returned at a later date, which would create buying demand for deferred contracts as a hedge. That's a very appealing strategy given the backward-dated forward curves. The Energy Information Administration's forecast for lower prices next year, as well as the historic pattern of U.S. SPR volumes ending up being exported, would also point to the use of, really, it's exchanges of barrels rather than a sale. You say you're selling it, China buys it or whatever, then when the prices come down, they buy at the lower price and give it back, which is exactly what J.P. Morgan predicted yesterday. Now, here's where he says, with India, Korea, and China all already having conducted swaps this year to be repaid in 2022, similar government loans would actually become an additional bullish catalyst next year when those barrels have to be returned from commercial inventories. So there he said it. India, Korea, and China have conducted swaps, so we indeed are sending them oil from the SPR as, quote, a loan. They're going to have to pay it back at a later time, and I guess the contracts say they have to give it back next year. Meanwhile, the lack of bearish impact of past Chinese SPR releases is ultimately indicative of the scope of the current deficit. So there he said it. Given that Goldman's expectations that an SPR release, which is, again, already more than fully priced in, will not lower oil prices in 2022. Okay. Now, we believe the White House is going to have to be pushed to consider other actions to try to lower gas prices. Well, why don't you allow some damn drilling? We have it here. Now, that is consistent with yesterday's news that the White House has urged the Federal Trade Commission to investigate retail prices. We touched on that last evening. Indeed, those prices have outperformed crude prices in recent months. Now, it's kind of a historical pattern, though. When the price per barrel goes up, you almost see it immediately at the pump, right? When prices begin to come down for the price per barrel, there's a big lag in passing through the price at the pump. Plus, we've got very tight inventories of both gasoline and diesel. Yeah, they're both having to compete. Regional closures and some refining capacity, as we shared earlier this morning, a couple of refineries here in Ohio. I guess they're smaller facilities, but facilities that Cincinnati relies on for their diesel supplies. And they're both shut down for maintenance right now. So more to the big picture. All right, C&I Dog, what's happening this Friday?
Morning, Steve. First, I'd like to give a shout out to Steve in Nashville. He listens to you on the podcast.
Right.
How you doing, Steve? Second thing, I took a look at the moon, and it's awesome. Like you said, it's rust colored. There still is a little bit of sliver of light on the side of it. I remember when they had the eclipse, the full eclipse of the sun. We were talking about that many years ago.
Uh-huh.
I came down to Metropolis, Illinois to see that. That was pretty awesome. That movie, Gravity, you ever seen that movie?
Gravity. I think
With,
so.
Sandra Bullock.
Yes.
Yeah, remember they had a situation where they had space debris, and it kept coming back around.
Yep.
Yeah, seems like life is imitating art.
Very true. That was, wasn't that George Clooney and Sandra Bullock in that one? And, the space debris hit the station they were in or whatever. And, yeah, it's a pretty cool movie. But, yeah, that's almost, real life imitating Hollywood or vice versa.
Right. What was kind of weird is on Monday night, normally go 20 minutes south of Effingham. We got out too late, so we ended up going to Memphis. We stopped over at the Marsden rest area on 55 over there, and it's a museum for earthquakes over there, and they explain about the big earthquakes in the past. And I was explaining to the guy I'm training about the earthquakes, and it's kind of ironic. The very next day there was an earthquake in that, somewhat in that area there,
Mm-hmm.
Last thing I have is on our way back up towards Chicago, we saw a drunk driver. He was just all over the road. That was yesterday, and yeah, it's kind of scary. Looks like he almost ran into us twice, and then drove off in the grass about 4 times. But that's all I have for you.
Well,
have a great Friday.
Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. Yeah, thanks for being with us there, C&I Dog. You got it. So as Philip mentioned earlier, I guess, so they had a big crowd there supporting Governor DeSantis in Florida, signing the legislation, the anti-vaccine mandate bills in Brandon, Florida yesterday. And I guess it was interrupted by the chant of "Let's go Brandon" that began to erupt. It says here, DeSantis signed 4 bills in the special legislative session into law, which will require private employers to allow exemptions, including but not limited to health or religious concerns, pregnancy or anticipated future pregnancy, past recovery from COVID. In other words, you've already had it, you've recovered, why do you need the shot? The legislation also prevents schools from requiring students to be vaccinated, strips the Surgeon General's ability to mandate vaccines, and takes steps for Florida to exit the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, a.k.a. OSHA. Nobody should lose their job due to a heavy-handed mandate. We have a responsibility to protect the livelihoods of the people of Florida, says DeSantis. Now, the crowd chanted, "Let's go, Brandon." After the state attorney general, Ashley Moody, celebrated the bill signing being held in her hometown of Brandon, Florida. Now, it does say here the significance of signing this legislation in Brandon, Florida, is not lost on the governor. The governor said that the bill signing in Brandon was especially meaningful. Hey, it was intentional, huh? All right, let's see what's going on with the Lone Ranger. Happy Friday. What's going on?
Good morning. Well, in all this bad news with this, we're sitting here watching the country bleed to death with these two morons in the White House. There's some good news. Leader McCarthy has been speaking for over 7 hours straight, and he's exposing all of the garbage that's in this so-called Build Back Better bill. And the sad part is all the Democrats went home, which means they don't care about the American public. They don't care what's in this bill. They're just going to vote along party lines. They're going to vote yes.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans are still there. Now, McCarthy is close to setting a record. The longest anybody spoke was when the drunken old hag Pelosi spoke for over 8 hours, but not to benefit the American people. He spoke over 8 hours to try to advance the legislation for dreamers, which are people who have come here illegally. So look at the difference between the two parties. The other thing that's good news, MSNBC got exposed for the scumbags that they are, got thrown out, they can't even come in the building for trying to intimidate the voters. I would hope that Kyle Rittenhouse gives a call to Nicholas Sandmann, the Coventry Catholic kid. Nicholas Sandmann, they're predicting, will become a billionaire because of all the money coming his way from people who defamed him. Now, they won't give the exact numbers, but CNN had to pay out millions, and there's a whole bunch more. It's still in process, but his attorney, I believe, is Lynn Wood. So this Rittenhouse can make a positive out of all this garbage that's coming his way by just hiring an attorney and sue every one of these scumbags that's calling him a white supremacist, defaming him, including the nursing home in chief. He needs to sue him for defamation for calling him a white supremacist. The race has nothing to do with this at all. And if you're going to bring up race, let's bring up what started this, which was a black man who was reported as being unarmed and turned out through his own admission that he had a knife. So there's another example of how we have stupid people in this country. They watch these news outlets that lie. We're dealing with liars everywhere. Our president is a liar, comes right on the podium and says that this thing isn't going to cost a dime. Well, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just released a report. It's going to increase our deficit by $367 billion.
Mm-hmm.
That's not free.
That's not paid for, in other words.
Not free at all.
And that's from the
And this
CBO,
oil
right?
reserve
They
thing
just
you're talking
released
about?
that yesterday, I think. They said,
Yep.
Biden's been touting this as it's completely paid for. It's all paid for. We've got it covered. CBO says it is not.
He's a liar. He's a liar, and the networks that work for him, the left-wing propaganda, they're liars. They're all lying to us. But now this oil reserve thing you just talked about, we're loaning oil to other countries, and then he comes to the podium and says that we're short on oil, so we have to dig into this reserve. If we're short on oil, why are we loaning it to other countries? And as far as paying it back, what is the punishment if they don't pay back the oil? What happens to them? I think probably nothing, because we have a weakling in the White House. He's not going to do anything. He was just had a video chat with the head of China a few days ago, I guess it was. Never asked a question about the human abuses going on in China. Never asked a question about them being the biggest polluter, and never asked a question about the origination of this virus in China. Not the three top items that we should know about from China, which they'd probably lie anyway, but he never asked them about it. So why didn't he ask him about it? You'll have to ask his brother and his son, who both became millionaires, including probably him. Don't forget, he's the secret guy. His family became multi-millionaires with Chinese money. That's why he's not asking them. It's all political. Now, what's going to happen with this bill, I don't know. They're supposed to vote on it at 8 o'clock. But if this thing passes, they just said inflation is going to skyrocket even worse than it is now.
Yep.
Home heating oil, which is what the predominant oil around here for heating homes, went up 60%. With all these people that live paycheck to paycheck, what happens when they don't have the extra money? And these people that are paying way too much money for houses, when they have adjustable rate mortgages and they've just barely making their mortgage because they paid too much for the house, what happens when the mortgage rate goes up and they don't have the extra money? That's why the country's bleeding to death, and that's why I cashed in stock. I'm done. I'm going to sit back, sit on the cash, and when everything falls apart, then I'll buy my house in Arizona. These houses. I look at the price history of these houses I'm looking at out there. Some of them sold for less than half of what they went for now. This year, these get-rich-quick flippers are buying them up, and people from California are coming over and spending way too much because they sold their house in California for $800,000. They'll pay $300 for a house that's only worth $150 because they don't have any regional sense of values. We go through that around here with the New Yorkers that come over here. They pay way too much for a house because they just sold their house in Long Island for $800,000. So we are bleeding to death. We're dealing with liars. But hopefully somebody's listening to Kevin McCarthy, who he's pointing out all of the garbage that's in this bill. Now, who's awake through the course of the night? Not very many people, but hopefully it'll be reported. And the 44%, somebody needs to have a town hall meeting with the 44% of people who approve of Joe Biden's job. I want to hear what he did that they think is going to help the country, and then get Kamala Toe up there and ask her what she has done to benefit this country since she's been vice president. What has she done, and what has he done to benefit this country? Until they go back to Trump's policies, we're going to be bleeding to death. And I hate to see it happen because I'm patriotic. That's all I got, Steve. I'll see you later.
Thank you much. Have a great weekend. If we don't talk to you before, have a great Thanksgiving, right? 7 before the hour, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We mentioned there were hundreds of truck drivers stranded by that catastrophic flooding in the Pacific Northwest and British Columbia earlier this week, and some of them still stuck there. Matter of fact, it's about 300 drivers trapped in hope. For days, landslides, road washouts, the flooding cut off pretty much almost all the major transportation routes there. I think I mentioned earlier, some were able to fly out to safety. Many others haven't been able to leave their loads and stranded with dwindling food supplies. After hearing about the plight of the stuck truckers, there was actually a Sikh-based nonprofit disaster response group that began organizing to make sure that the truckers stuck behind with their loads didn't have to go hungry. With the help of community volunteers who took over the shopping and cooking responsibilities in Vancouver, they actually donated a flight from London Air Services. They were able to bring food, drink, other supplies to the stranded truck drivers. They got some video where they're handing out pizza to truck drivers at one truck stop location. They also offered to provide hotels for the drivers, but they said most won't leave their loads. Yesterday, Canadian transportation officials were able to open a single lane of Highway 7 westbound for commercial vehicles to allow truckers that were stranded to make their way toward the lower mainland, they say, but they've been stuck there all week. I guess that's why they say when you're going to be out there, especially this time of year, you get caught in some of these winter storms and whatnot, have your winter survival kit and always keep some extra food on hand because you just don't know. There, we'll have to wrap it up on a Friday morning. My apologies. We had several calls left to get to, but we'll be back here Sunday night into Monday morning, and we'll kick it off, do it all over again, of course, for the short work week. As again, I'll be here for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. Hope to see you then. But thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.